Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kelly.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kelly has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there, really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, and we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, do you reckon?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the game's very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year, to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were. I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, I loosely say they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So yeah, this one I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was. We're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really exciting. And I was thinking of chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So yeah, that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but yeah, like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebuy tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Tour. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step, and this was a sit and go. So the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got them to the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh, well, yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think yeah, I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then yeah, I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get yeah, the €5,300 buy-in,
Yeah.
and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Now, was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day two. And then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row and said I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite. Because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000.
Yeah.
Happy?
So yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold a card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just. No. It was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000
Yeah.
and a jersey.
Wow, yeah, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy who my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and yeah, that one went on till about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros, if you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and yeah, the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably with garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one, actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about. I think I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day. He said, like, "What have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game." And I was just like, "Yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2."
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my left.
What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he was quite an imposing character, to be honest. to be honest. Yeah, I think I ended up playing one pot with him, blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
It just wanders around, doesn't it, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London?
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. I won that event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table, towards the end of day one was I had Mustafa Kanat 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. Two to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had Ace King and he had Queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a King board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day two, day two was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like it was just insane. Like I ran 90,000 chips up on day two of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like I was just going and going and going and going, and everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys around the tables.
Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like pound for pound at the time.
Afternoon, everybody. We're in Luton. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. What have you done since the last event? Just been here. I've been in Luton. All week since last Thursday. Final table last night. Well done. Thank you. Cashed in. No. Stone bubble in the 30-30. Yep. Ben Windsor got me on the
How? What were you thinking?
I was down.
Did you have chunks?
No, there was a guy on the other table with like 2 bigs. I had 7, maybe 8 big blinds. Ben Windsor was opening basically 100% of pots. Find Ace King, I'm all in. He's got 9s, didn't win a flip. I'm not folding Ace King, bubble or not. It's going in for me, and unfortunately we couldn't win the flip.
Unlucky.
But
rest of the week.
Mini. Mini. I fired. No good in that.
828 runners.
I know.
800.
It's crazy.
828 runners. Just like amazing. Amazing. So it's back to the Omaha. We played last night. 160 odd runners.
Yep.
Like insane again.
Yeah.
So
that was crazy to turn up for the Omaha.
What's with the square boxes, by the way?
Yeah,
What's profile?
It's just.
What's he doing that for? We'll turn it off in a minute. Anyway, Omaha.
It's been
FT.
Yeah, FT. It was good. I was a bit disappointed, really, but it's.
You always are.
Unless you win.
One day you'll be walking in. You'll be walking in like that.
I thought, to be honest, I thought yesterday was the night. We lost a pretty big pot with 7 left, but it happens. It was 6 card East variance, and that is just huge. Equities are running very fine.
You got it in good.
Yeah, set versus 2 pairs. So,
unfortunately, you didn't come out of it too good, but another FT. Well done. Numbers this week have been mad. You've been here all the time.
Yeah, I've been here. I've been playing some cash. Obviously, been playing the mini 30-30 PLO last night, having a few beers. Been a really, really good week. Yeah,
excellent.
Enjoyed it.
Afternoon, chat box.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, John. Clive Knowles says, please, can you help? The wifey won an £11 ticket for the live stream free roll, but there are no Tonys that it can be used for. Interesting. Yes, we'll get confirmation of that. I hope Tom is watching the live stream, who runs the online part of it. So we will send him the question, send him that little bit of a quid. The wifey won an £11 ticket for the live stream free roll, and there are no Tonys it can be used for. We'll check it out, and Clive will get you an answer as soon as the online guys let us know.
Yeah. Good morning, John. Good morning, Lawrence. Tuning in.
Good morning, everybody. Paul Fletcher was speaking to the bottle washer last night. Afternoon, gents. Put the word out. Anybody who bus site is more than welcome to share the bad beat stories at the White Lion for the Thursday night bad beat buying. It's 11. I think is it £11 in or something like that? Yeah, no, it's a great game. Everybody talks about it, and they're actually playing today.
Yeah, Ewan and Chris are already in, ain't they?
Yeah, the bottle washer and the.
See Ewan there on our feature table in the
Is
top
he on it?
right.
Oh yes. And one day it will surprise you, and we'll all turn up.
Yeah, imagine just everyone.
We'll all turn up. We'll have a trip to Wrightington, and we'll all have a trip out, and we will surprise you one day. Don't worry about that. We will. Clive sent the username and the ticket number. Thanks, Clive. We'll get in touch with it. The bottomless ulcers are plenty £11 satellites for the National League section. So we'll check it out and we'll open it up. Morning, Mum.
Morning, Mum.
Hi, Gail. Hope you are well. And you were sat with Mickey Spillane playing the mini.
Could have been. I was on a few tables in that multiple bullet, so
Yeah.
I can't remember which one, but would have been good to play with him too.
Excellent. Multiple bullets. He'd have been sat on a lot of tables, to be fair.
Yeah.
He'd have been sat with 100 people in the mini, the way it went. So, yes, we are here in Luton. The festival has been incredible. The numbers have been insane. We're here for the main event. The next 4 days, we're going to be concentrating on the main event. We'll give you updates on what's happening in Blackpool. But mainly, Blackpool is a mirror image of what Luton has been for the last 10 days. One addition I can tell you is that there's going to be a day 3 for the mini. They're going to stop at the final table.
Yeah.
Because it's getting busy, it's getting too
yeah.
late. They're expecting the numbers in Blackpool to be busier than Luton, which was 828. There's going to be a day 3. And yes, it might run into the Omaha. And yes, you might have to have an extra day. There's going to be 50 grand up top, potentially. It's just going to be one of them. I think they've realised that because of this year, the numbers that have come out since we came out of lockdown have been absolutely incredible, and they want to make it a more pleasurable experience than finishing at 8 a.m. the following morning and then having to go to work or whatever. So they are finishing the mini on the final table, and you'll be coming back for day 3. And you never know, we might stream it. Well,
I heard for a grapevine as well, there's a certain superstar playing the mini in Blackpool as well.
Is it? Who's that?
I don't know. Tower's going to be flicking in.
Yeah.
I might even have to put a little bounty on your head.
Mine have to have lessons. We've got about 2 weeks to make somebody hopeless to be less hopeless. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Gully, Bernie, Razor, Kev, Mr. P-Man.
Afternoon,
all on
everybody.
Twitch, everyone tuning in. Early stages, we are free-handed. I'll let you know on the table at the moment. In 2's Alex Burton, in 5 Maz Bako, and in 9 Ewan McNicholas. So.
And yet again, as always, it always happens. There's about 10 tables open, and there's 3 people sat on every table. It's one of them. Loads of people have registered. Nobody's turned up. It is just one of those. John Cooper buzzing for this. Love seeing local faces on here. Currently stuck in ISO, so this is a welcome break from the box sets that you've been. I mean, has everybody watched that Squid Game?
I've watched it. Yeah,
Is it any good? Can you get
it's
round
all
it?
right.
Can you get your head round it?
Yeah, it's all right. I understand
Did
it.
you subtitle it or did you dub it?
No, I like subtitles. I like the Korean over the top. I don't like the old mouths moving like differences. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Mr. P-Man. I'm 27. I can confirm I'm 27.
Do you ever remember it? Could you settle it? Some of us think you are 26, 27-year-olds. Could you confirm? Are you 27?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Flipping heck.
Oh, getting old, Tal.
You're being seniors, son.
Yeah, nearly over halfway to 50.
Yeah, everybody's confirming what you just said. Squid Game is one of the box sets to watch. You've got to watch it. I watched that, the heist, the money heist, which was Spanish.
Yeah.
And with dubbing.
Yep.
And I just don't think the acting for the dubbing is as exciting as what it is in real. There's not as much emotion in dubbing. I would have preferred subtitles and proper thing. But we'll have to get a try. So if you're not watching box sets and you're watching the GUKPT, welcome on board. We are here for the next 4 days, and we're here until 12:30 every morning. So we're here for a full 12 hours. You can jog in and out, stay with us all day long, come back at a certain time, and you'll know exactly where we are because we're on social media, and we will find us there. Look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. We've got the comms open we've got the chat open for Twitch. We've got that open. We've got Facebook open, and we've got the YouTube as well. So if you want to have a chat with us, just stick a question in, and we will try and answer it. And if we can't answer it, we'll get somebody that can.
Yeah, Gully saying Maz was on his direct left in Leeds. Was a bit out of line. I've played with Maz a few times. Definitely capable, more than capable actually, of putting you to the test.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shame as well if you come to a big event and you just want to play. If you just want to sit and play the biggest comp you've ever had and you do come short-handed, it's just one of those things. We can't do anything about it. 3 big names at the table. That's just one of those things. It's just. But it is what it is, unfortunately. It's just the way it rolls on a Thursday morning and sometimes a Friday morning as well. So, but yes, we are there for the duration. Luton, we're coming towards the end of the season. What a crazy time it's been.
It's so nice.
Can't believe we only started in late July.
Yeah. Well, you did. You started.
You was off.
I was
You
off.
fancied an extra week.
Yeah, I pulled a sickie. 18 months off weren't enough. I needed some more time.
I need more, than 10 days. Give me 10 more days. But yeah, it's been an insane 6 months, or will be by the time we finish the grand final. No schedule yet for the grand final. The dates are set. Something does need signing off and ticking. Jim is on the case, and as soon as he can release the schedule for the grand final, he will let us know. But at this moment in time, the schedule has not been fully finalised. There's I think there's a couple of things that just need ticking. This weekend. Jim has said it's definitely going to be this weekend. But at this moment in time, the schedule for the grand final is not set just yet. But it will be this weekend. So keep your fingers crossed. We'll have it on the stream deck, and you'll be able to see the full schedule when it does.
Don't forget as well at the grand final.
Oh, do you know anybody who's played this Haymaker knockout series?
Oh yeah, we should mention that.
You don't know? You don't know?
What are you looking for? The old comms cam?
No. So yes, we normally have a couple of scoops on a Wednesday night after setup. Jay was playing the Omaha. Peaky had a quiet night in. So me and Simon, the action tracker, had a couple of days. Simon, big Simon, looks like
Frankie Boyle.
Looks like Frankie. Our very own Frankie Boyle. He's had his haircut just for the event. We just went to the local for one and then came into the casino and had a chat with a couple of the players. And get a message this morning that PK played the Haymaker and just managed the old second place.
Second, that's so
which
close.
is insane.
It's like the worst bubble ever. That
unbelievable, and obviously because he works behind the scenes, you don't see much of him, but he gets it all going, and he's the man that gets all the pictures all the time. Anything goes wrong, we just shout him.
Yeah.
And would have been commentating on it.
Yeah.
Because we asked the question, can I actually play this? He says, absolutely. If you win this, you can play it. So whoever knocked him out, you're not getting a mention.
Yeah, whoever won, no mention.
You're getting no mention, whoever it was. It was unfair. But the invitational tournament at the Vic will be there. We're going to be streaming it. David A is going to be playing it. And every Wednesday from now on in, they can play with, I think it's £3,000 per event on the Wednesday in added money. Mm-hmm. And then 20,000 added for the live streamed sit and go, which is incredible. Yeah. It's just absolutely incredible. So well done.
Yeah, stop talking about it now.
Okay. So there's plenty going on. Plenty going on online, and there's plenty going on live. Blackpool is just around the corner. Luton is halfway through. We're just sat here on the first day of the main event, the 1250 main event. And good luck to everybody who plays.
Yeah, morning, Jay Bond says, morning lads, thanks for the stream. Looking forward to Towers winning treble and playing the seniors. That's my next 4 days of TV sorted.
Nice one, John.
You got it up last weekend, didn't you?
Unbelievable. What did I say?
When
Yeah,
I-
text you last week. I haven't put anything on social media. We're not doing a live stream. There's the treble. Bish.
Unbelievable.
And it came in. Jay does have proof.
Yeah, Kev was absolutely packed for the mini.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like it. I keep saying it every leg. It's the numbers we're getting, not just for the mains, but the side events as well. It's great. It's great to see.
It is. And we know, and we always keep saying it, that they're not daft behind the scenes. They realise that there's things that are a little bit different this year regarding tours and festivals and not being able to fly anywhere. And, well, not being able to fly anywhere. Did you remember us talking about Brandon Shields at last event, that he was stood in the queue?
Yep.
And his mum turned up last night, Michelle.
Did she?
Michelle was playing the Omaha.
Oh, okay.
She was stood at the bar.
Oh.
So it weren't a good day.
Oh, okay.
But she did play the Omaha. So I said, Brandon told us about his Vegas experience and never followed it up. I says, that's not good reporting.
Yeah.
It's really good.
He
but
might still be in the queue. He
it's
might still be in the
not good
queue.
reporting if you tell us half a story. So, while we were stood at the bar, she texted him. She looked at the time. She went, "No, it's only 6 o'clock in Vegas." Text away. Can you stood with Tower? You can't tell half a story. Did you get into the queue? Did you get in? And how did you play the event? I was in the queue 3 hours 15 minutes. Later, 3 hours didn't play. They wouldn't allow him to. They wouldn't allow him in. He was waiting 3 hours. Everybody in the queue after 3 hours wasn't allowed in.
Wow.
So they queued up for 3 hours 15 minutes, and then all those people that were still in the queue got told to go home. That's just ridiculous.
Clive, I won't be playing it. I'll have to win the free roll. I won't be playing any of the free rolls. So
No.
I will be doing the comms with Tao up for the 8-man sit and go.
He does like a little bit of live cash action, does RJ. And
Cash games, I must say, this
BK
week.
thought he'd have a nice quiet night last night, and about 1 o'clock in the morning, they're still playing.
Not just the comps this week, Tao. The cash all week has been insanely
Has it?
good. Been so good, literally. Games all like every night, good games as well. Really good games. Really good cash action here in Luton. Expect to see the same this weekend as well. If you're not fancying the tournament, there'll be plenty of cash going on throughout the weekend. And don't forget you can check on the Poker Live app.
Yeah. And replying to Will Wright, Jason Shellham has just done that on Facebook. Afternoon, Jason. Afternoon, Will. Is Goliath planned to be live again next year? Yes, it is. The dates are set 25th of August until the 5th of September next year. No schedule until at least February. So don't worry about the schedule, but the dates are set. And the only event that is returning, apart from the main event at this moment in time, is Joker's Wild. I've already been told, get your kit on, Tower. Joker's Wild is back. And if you don't know what Joker's Wild is, try and find some videos from last year. Because some clown interviewed Patrick Antonius dressed as the Joker.
That picture's still one of the best pictures.
He was sat here,
Yeah?
talking to you,
Yeah.
talking away.
I remember.
Amazing.
I was fanboying, absolutely fanboying in the comms with him.
Brilliant stuff. So yeah, the Goliath is definitely on next year. Well, I'm saying definitely on. It was definitely on last year and the year before, but obviously last year was that just a blip in the world. So pandemic related and something unforeseen. Goliath is set for the 25th of September until the 25th of August until the 5th of September. There'll be plenty going on. But the schedule will be out early next year. I keep saying early next year. It's like one of those things. Like we're coming towards the end of August, end of October. It's like just really weird year. Start in the end of July.
And we're going to film.
Work all the way through. See you next week, pal. See you next week.
See you
See you
next
next
week.
week. And it's like, and then we're nearing the end of the tour. And don't forget with the National League points, we're on the case to get the league updated. That'll be updated during this event. That'll be on the screens with you. The final events of the of this year's events. If we just quickly run to the 30-30s, they're the last events for the points for 2021. We've got next week Portsmouth, Bury New Road and Glasgow. Have you ever been to Portsmouth?
No, I've been. I think Southampton's the closest I've been to Portsmouth, but never been Portsmouth. Been on the south coast, but not Portsmouth specifically.
And then week after Blackpool GUKPT, the final events on the 30-30 and the final points for 2021 are Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. So stick them in your diary if you're after the points to get yourself into the playoffs.
I really can't wait for Blackpool Tower. It's always a great leg. So many people I know that are travelling up.
Hey Justin, when will the schedule be confirmed for London Grand Final? Sometime during this sometime during this event, we'll have the schedule. We'll post it online and we'll also use it in the stream as well. So as soon as we get confirmation, there are a couple of things that just need ticking off, Jim's told us, and as soon as they're done, then it'll be released. But he has told us it will be during the Luton live stream. So this week, Mike Leonard, Southampton. I don't know why it was changed from Southampton to Portsmouth. I think at the moment Southampton are only doing cash games. I do believe that. I think that was the reason. Because originally it was down as Southampton. It's now in Portsmouth. And I think it's because at this moment in time Southampton are only doing cash out. And talking of cash, if you want free cash, the Bad Beat jackpot currently stands at £245,000.
Quad deuces.
Quad deuces, losers.
Or better.
80 grand in your back pocket.
It's not bad at all. There'll be no trolling this weekend either after what happened in Edinburgh.
I'm not listening to anybody.
Yeah, if someone says so, we will not be.
I'm not listening to anybody jumping about or anything.
I feel sorry for the people that were playing them 2 cash tables in Edinburgh. Tower's run out. He's told them that the jackpot's gone. They all think they've got a slice of it, and
yes. But the bad it runs from 6 till 6 every day in a casino that's got no limit. £245,000 Bad Beat jackpot up for grabs, and anybody sat in any club around the country gets a slice if you're playing the game.
Afternoon, Ian.
What's the expected total numbers for the main event roughly? You've set the line.
Yeah, Kev's had the overs on 480. I've set the line at 480 for the main.
400.
You think unders?
480. I think it's a good line.
I think it's a good line. It's a 1250 buy-in. It's not a 750. It may. I don't think we're going to get a mad turnout, but still, obviously 480 would be great. That'd be over £500,000 prize pool.
Yeah. AK Scotty bubbled, stone cold bubbled the satellite last night at 440. Oh. Could have cried. Talking of satellites, the new one starts today.
I know. We're going to be having a little wonder.
The new one starts today where it's a cash-out satellite. You start with 15,000, you 10x your stack and you walk away with a seat. Hey, Boz.
So not much action happening on the feature at the moment. If anything does occur, we will jump into the action, but this is what you expect to see. Early stages as always.
Yeah.
Unless 2 big hands collide, not many people choose to get out of line this stage.
Exactly. Can you wait, which one is it? Not that one.
Not the one, this one. There we go.
So, Boz, you said you were bringing your clubs to Blackpool. There's the handicap. There's the handicap.
10.1.
Oh, there's the handicap.
How you got that down? You've been playing well.
Bloody good, mate.
Been playing well.
Get your clubs out, son. It has been a good season. It has been a good season. Will it be the same structure of the satellite in Blackpool? Yeah, they're running the normal satellite that everybody's used to, and they're running the cash-out satellite as well. I think, I don't know if they're on the same day, are they? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure if they are, but the cash-out satellites are getting a bit of interest as well. I must admit, they are getting a bit of interest. So yes. Hey, did you see that? Did you see it? Did you like that? Hey?
Just as I say, no one gets out of line. These early stages, we got the old free bet with the Queen 6 off for Alex, but he's run into Kings and now he's just going to have to get out of the way. I don't mind it. We're four-handed. Obviously, range is going to be very, very wide. But we just run into it on this occasion. And if he does continue, I will be very shocked. But I think he's just saving some face here. Doesn't want Ali to... Oh, no. He's going to 5-bet the Queen 6 off tower.
He loves he thinks he's sat at the 1-1 table.
He's going to 5-bet the Queen 6 off here. And we're four-handed, and Ali is going to be loving this spot.
Are we folding kings?
Never are we folding kings. If he's got aces, he's got aces, but probably going to flat here, Ali. I think want to keep... If Alex has got a hand like ace king, ace queen suited, queens, jacks, tens, want to keep them in. But 5-bet with a Queen 6 off. Love to see it. I do love to see it.
The lot's in. Have some of that, he says.
And now Alex going to have the tower.
The dwell, the tank, the laugh. He's laughing inside thinking, I'm never calling this ever. Not ever am I calling.
The irony of wearing an EV top and 5-bet in the Queen 6 off. You gotta love it. He's always folding here. He's just this bit of Hollywood. Doesn't want wants Ali to think he's actually got a decision here. Once Ali doesn't get snapped, he's obviously loving life. And there's the fold, but Alex at 7.5k just invests 75 big blinds pre-flop with the Queen 6 off. You won't want to watch that one back.
You weren't expecting that in level one.
It was weird because I literally just said before that hand how I don't see anything crazy, and then we saw something crazy.
A C4, where are you? Which part of the world's in, do you reckon?
I'm going to say Marrakesh.
Still Marrakesh,
I'm
you
going
think?
to go with Marrakesh.
Like, at least he can play online poker in Marrakesh, because he got faced on because he couldn't play in Italy. So he moved to Marrakesh. So, yes, it was... if he's in Marrakesh, a loving life. Afternoon, Chef Brad. It's Luton. Sure, there's got to be desserts and goodies on the way.
Yeah, go.
You're only 2 minutes away.
If we don't see him with some treats, I'm going to be disappointed.
It's 2021. We've had nothing since 2019.
He's got business commitments.
Nothing.
Business commitments.
We've had nothing since 2019. Nothing. C4's back home. He's back home.
Afternoon, Gary on Twitch. Looking forward to the next few days.
We'll try Marrakesh for Christmas. I might come with you. It wouldn't be a live streaming that day, so they're gonna fold and doing the polar opposite.
What do you want me to say? He's facing a 4-bet and he's got Queen 6 off. I'm like,
I didn't realise it was Alex Burton. Great place, great weather, and he's thinking of going to Mexico on Wednesday. It's unbelievable.
Oh, trouble for Maz Tower. We've
Top.
actually got another hand here early on. Top for Maz, as Tower said. Bottom set here for Ali on King 9-3 and Rainbow. Obviously not going to see.
Ali's getting all the action.
Not going to see all the chips go in. But Maz, he's going to lose a few chips this pot. And Ali comes straight in for a raise here. And obviously just saw him 6-bet shove. Maz not going to be going anywhere here, Tower. There's the call. But for value here, basically repping King 3, King 9 and sets. One of the bluffs has just come in. The Queen Jack would be a hand that he might elect to check raise on this board. So wants to be lining up another street of value here. Obviously start targeting Maz's King exit. He can have King Queen, King Jack, King 10s turn 2 pair. There's going to be Ace King in there as well. Especially a lot of Maz's King X now either picks up 2 pair with a King 10 or a gut shot as well. So I like sizing up here as Ali. So around the 4k mark, leaving 12, just over 12k in the pot. It looks like he's
51.
51. He's gone over
He's
pot.
gone over pot.
51 into 44.3. I actually like this a lot because puts Maz's King, Queen, King, Jack, those type of holdings in a tough spot. It's hard for them to lay it down. So, like the size choice here from Ali, and what he's doing, Tower, he's sizing up a river jam. If it's an ace or a king, a 7 of diamonds now on the river.
He's checked again.
Yeah, so Ali probably just going to rip this in here, Tower. Just pray to fade the snap. Obviously, Maz still can have kings and 9s in this spot. Queen Jack can be a possibility that had a backdoor flush draw that he called the check raise with. But if I'm Ali here, this is just going to be going in, and Maz has got a stone cold bluff catcher here with the ace king. He's got top pair, top kicker, but Ali never going to be shoving worse for value. So I think Maz might be able to hero.
Triangles in.
I think he's probably going to hero fold this one here, Tower. He's still got 120 big blinds. Like, is Ali really going to be running it this early in the tournament? Check raise flop, barrel on a King 9 free rainbow board. What are his bluffs? Like the main bluffs are the Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 on the flop. A lot of them check back turn once they pick up second pair and a gut shot here. So if I'm Maz, I'll just give our opponent credit for either King 3, King 9 or a set, which are the hands that he would be raising for value on the flop. I think we got a pretty easy lay down this stage of the tournament, as Maz we've just got 1 pair. I don't think Ali's ever going to run it, but Maz does like to fire. Obviously, I'm sure he'll be happy to have multiple bullets, so he might put it in for that reason. If you got it, you got it, but needs to understand.
Yeah, just said we got King 9.
Yeah, it's just
through his head.
It's just the bluff catcher, the ace king. Early on, we've still got 120 big blinds in our stack.
There just don't seem to be many bluffs out there.
It's like I said, Tower, the main bluffs pick up showdown on the turn with a gut shot, and they're going to check them back. The Queen Jack, obviously gets there. So that's one of the bluffs that gets there. And the Jack 10 and the Queen 10, they pick up second pair and a gut shot, which they're probably going to be checking a lot of the time on the turn.
Oh, he's called. He's made the call. We're going to lose one.
He's got the bad news, and we're going to lose Maz. First one out.
First elimination. He does make the call. Like you said, if he wants to fire multiple bullets, that's how he does it. Maz Baco has gone. Afternoon, Swifty.
Afternoon, KT.
Bringing team treats tomorrow. Only tune in for a few hours today, as we'll be driving up and see you tomorrow. Nice one, Katie. We will see you at the tables tomorrow. The Kelster's in the building. He's in seat number 3. Rich Kelly, just come to the table.
Cheers, David. That's much appreciated. Thanks very much for that.
Nice one, yeah. We think so as well. Good job, Katie's bringing the team treats. That's how he gets paid.
And the one push afternoon, Eddie.
Oi, oi. How do you mean one push? Is he playing this event?
No, he's not. He played his first live tournament this year, the 30-30. 1 bullet. Guess what happened?
He cashed.
Yep, obviously.
Oh my days.
Yeah, and then he got it in aces, all in pre-flop aces versus Queen 8 of hearts, flop top set and lost.
Oh jeez. Wow.
Yeah, but he's still on the old 100%
one
run.
Push. Still on the old 100. That's amazing. Cashed in every GUKPT event he's played. That is amazing. So we've lost one at the table, and we pick up Rich Kelly, our champion from a couple of years ago when he won the passport, the leaderboard. is taking shape. That'll be updated during this event. We'll get the call from the online team.
Yeah, a lot of people saying about that hand. I don't know. It's a pretty, I think, textbook fold on the river. Once we get to the river, and we're getting shoved on. A lot of factors to take into account. Like the main factor being this early stage in the tournament. I doubt many people are going to be check raising and just running it. And the second factor is the main bluffs: the Queen Jack, the Queen 10, the Jack 10. The Queen Jack obviously gets there, and then the Jack 10 and Queen 10 are pretty clear checks on the turn. So they're just the main factors in that hand. I think it's a pretty textbook fold. Maz might have had different reasons for making the call. Maybe he knows Ali. Maybe there's some history there. We're unaware of that. But he'll definitely be firing again, Maz. That's a factor as well. Maz knows he can have another bullet. But from my perspective, pretty textbook fold.
Where's 1,000? Fold. Fold. And fold.
You right?
Afternoon, Sabribas. On
Afternoon.
Twitch.
Oi, oi.
From Holland. Afternoon from Holland. Back to the UK shortly.
I've only been once. I went to Amsterdam on a mini cruise with my sister. Ooh. Amazing. It was amazing. It was a Scar two-tone cruise. You leave from home. You go to Amsterdam overnight. You have a live bands, bar, live bands, DJs, music. Wake up in a different country. Have a full day in Amsterdam. Do exactly the same on the way back. Live bands, music, drinks, dancing around. Wake up. You're back in England.
That sounds
3 days, absolutely
sounds lovely,
amazing.
yeah.
About 80 quid. Absolutely one of the best days ever. Love Amsterdam.
Hurricane Higgins. I haven't seen Jack Hardcastle or Ludo at all
Not
this
yet.
week. They might be
Oh,
here
right,
for the
okay.
main, but I haven't seen them at all.
Have they not
for
gone to
any
Vegas?
events.
I know
I'm not
Ludo
sure,
was on about going to
Ludo
Vegas.
was
wasn't
thinking
he?
of it,
but I
but
think he
I'm
was
not
on
sure.
the main.
And Stu says, do you think a lot of these hero calls on the featured table because they don't want to be bluffed on camera? I'm not sure. It could be a very tiny factor, but I think a lot of the time, if you get bluffed, you get bluffed. I just think you got to try and make the best possible decision. Try and forget that your whole cards are being streamed and that people are watching. Just try and make your best possible decision in that situation.
Do you think he misread his hand? Look at the old 5-bet Queen 6.
No.
He's already posted on social media that he misread his hand on the live stream. He never misread his hand. He's a cash player, for God's sake. He's never... Fetch him in here. Fetch him in. Bring him in. He's never misread his hand.
Anyone who's been playing poker over 2 years does not misread their hand. Maybe in like 6 card PLO, but people just don't misread their hands and hold them. And the amount of times we hear people say they misread their hand when they've just been caught at it.
Yeah, exactly. I wish he had the Queen 6 now. John says, why are we playing 5-handed? Well, there were 7 players named. There's just a couple of people that haven't turned up for the early stages of day 1. They bought in early. They pre-registered the tournament. They have to go into the mix and into the seating draw. They get drawn onto the feature. They don't, and they're not in the building, but they are entered into the tournament. That's the only reason why we're short-handed. And it happens all the time, unfortunately. Ricky Kebabs has got it spot on.
Maxi Ammo, no good in the mini, busted early day.
Awesome.
Early day too.
Hiya, Logs. Luton Town is the football ground where the entrance is in between houses. I've never been. I've drove past it loads of times. I drove around the back of it. Obviously, that's how you get to the casino. But I've never been to Kenilworth Road itself. Seen it a few times, but never been in. The old-fashioned walking in between houses. Used to do that at Main Road in Manchester when Man City were a second division club. James Brown is in Madrid. The Golden Poker Championships in Madrid. Loving the city. Yeah, I've heard Madrid's supposed to be really nice. Supposed to be really nice. Everybody seems to be getting out and about nowadays. Like now we can. The travel seems to be a lot easier than it has been, and things are getting slowly but surely back to normal. So good afternoon, everybody. Hurricane Higgins he says, I'm Irish and our COVID numbers are actually rising. It's quite worrying as the government could yet keep in place restrictions which would put the IPO in doubt and any other cash game. Well, I hope not, because we've booked the ferry. we're on the ferry on Thursday for the IPO, going over to see Nick O'Hara and things like that. I think I'm not going to get into it because it just winds me up. And we're on poker, so fingers crossed we'll still be going to Dublin on Thursday because the lads are over for the IPO. We're going to see Nick and all the team. The live stream will be on. We'll send out the links and whenever, and then straight after Ireland, it'll back to sunny Blackpool and the illuminations and the firework World Championships final and the GUKPT. But keep us updated. Hurricane Higgins. I used to love Hurricane. I used to love watching Hurricane Higgins in the 80s. Absolutely smash. Snooker to bits. He was a genius.
Good afternoon, SR. Good afternoon, Span.
Oi, oi. Esther in the building.
CFO said Jack won an EPT package on Tuesday. Very nice.
Oh yeah, you haven't been to Rotterdam, yes? That's where the boat goes in. No, you're exactly right, John. Afternoon, Neil. Where's Neil? Still in Portugal?
Probably.
Do you reckon? Shorts on, sangria in hand.
Yeah.
Little laid out,
probably
flip-flops on the beach.
Finished 9 holes.
Yes. Flip-flops on the veranda. Enjoying the golf. Jack Hardcastle won an EPT main package on Tuesday. Delicious. Well done to him. Well done to Jack. Smashing it as always. And he was our chip leader for the first ever online GUKPT main event. We did one of those for Edinburgh because Edinburgh was just a main event festival. Are we both working the IPO? No, just me, Andy, and PK going over. Jay will be.
I'll be
taking
I'll be playing a 30-30 in Blackpool.
Taking a well-earned break of 2 days.
Yeah, get home Monday, back home Tuesday, Wednesday, and then off to Blackpool on Thursday.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a busy old time with the poker. The 30-30 starts and everything else starts with it. But I do think if you go next Wednesday, you'll be a week early. You might need to reschedule.
I thought it was.
Look at them dates there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's 30-30 week next week then.
So 30-30 week next week is not on.
Well, I might go play Portsmouth then.
Well, you said you'd never been.
Yeah.
You said you'd never been. Any update on the bad beat jackpot? Yes, thanks, Josh. I don't know if anybody knocked on your door. Was it you that told us the bad beat's gone? No, it's not gone. The bad beat jackpot currently stands at £245,000. £245,000. Quad twos or better. And you only place Omaha, don't you?
Mainly, yeah.
So
If
you're
there's a
not
really good-
involved in the...
Yeah, if there's a really good Hold'em game, I might jump in. But yeah, I
Do you
prefer-
think that's one of the reasons why the
prefer
cash has been so
PLA.
busy this week? Does everybody know about it?
I think a lot of people do know about it, but there's been quite a few PLO games, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's been some. The cash action's been great. That's all I can say this week. If you like your cash, it's been great.
Yeah.
All week from 30-30 when it started last Thursday to yesterday.
Log says, what's the weirdest football stadium I've ever been? Well, I've been to 63. Might be more now, since the old corporate football kicked in. I went to 63 football grounds watching Rotherham United in the 80s.
Sure.
Yep.
What was you ticking them off on a checklist?
Yep. I was indeed. Hartlepool on the Tuesday night's not very nice. Nothing against Hartlepool. Just a right trek up there and then a right trek back when you lose 3-1. Where else? Morecambe's old ground was a strange dump. But now they've got a new ground, they've got a new stadium now. So, yes. Where else? I don't really know. I want to go to the new Spurs. See, could have been at the new Spurs stadium on Sunday.
Oh, what, NFL?
Got tickets and everything. We got a box. We got the lot.
Paul Fisher was meant to be going. I convinced him to sell his tickets and play the main event.
Oh, well, one for the company. Well done. Would you like to go and watch the Miami Dolphins at the new Tottenham ground where the atmosphere is supposed to be amazing, or are you coming to play in the main?
There you go. There you go.
Listen to Jay. Spand's on his way down tonight. Good to see you later, Mr. Spand.
Really looking forward to see how the satellite goes.
Yes.
It's going to be an interesting
We're
one.
going to be checking it out as well. Neil's back home in the wet and windy Executor. I'll have to come down again next year, Neil, for a round. Now the handicap's dropping. How did the shootout satellites go? It's not been on. It's on tonight. The cash, they're called cash out satellites. So you start with 15,000, you get to 150,000, and you leave. It's in reverse completely. You don't always get a seat when you play, and then you can get to the other end of the scale and still be in the comp when it finishes and not get a seat.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it goes.
Afternoon, Sam. Sam Orledge tuning in. Early stages, day one.
Absolutely.
Not much going on. We did see Maz lose his stat.
Yes,
Maz is out the door.
C5's gone with one pair. Logs are playing the big tournament in Dundee on the 30th of October, the Halloween Haunt. Awesome. Yeah, the Halloween Haunt. And don't forget, if you check on the we'll check on the app, shall we? See if it's there. Don't forget the Poker Live app for everything regarding poker. The Poker Live app is live and gone. That's good, ain't it? So Alex in 2. Still not having the misread to Queen 6.
I'm not having it either.
No,
Tell, I'm
no.
sorry, I'm just not having
Rich
it.
Kelly in 3. There's Gary Miller. This is bullet number 2 for Gary Miller.
Yeah,
it was the first
yeah,
out.
just found out. It wasn't Maz's first out. Gary
Right.
Miller was the first out. We've also just lost Amanpreet Singh on one of the outer tables.
Oh.
So 3 lost already.
The Dundee Halloween Haunt is on the app. 80 quid in, 7,000 guarantee, 20,000 starting stake, and you can have a re-entry, and it's a 30-minute clock. That's a great shout, that one. Good luck when you play that, Logs. Ricky Kebab says, did you get cold on the Roker end? Yes, I did. Roker Park. That was a great ground, though. That was full of atmosphere. Fantastic football ground, Roker Park. Love going there. Feared for my life every time I went, as you do as an away fan. Tough, tell you what. Tough up north. Tough up north. The old call. And Barnes, it's the same. Barnes is exactly the same. It's an open ground, so wherever you stand in Barnsley, you get blown away. The wind is ridiculous at Oakwell.
I've never been to a football stadium past the Midlands.
Yeah, well, but
never been to.
Yeah, but you still class Watford as north.
Cambridge.
Anything above Cambridge is classed as north to you. You think it snows in September in anywhere above Cambridge?
Hurricane Higgins 4-day event, and this is day 1A, day 1B tomorrow, day 2 Saturday, and then final day on Sunday. As always, live coverage throughout from Tower and Night. I'm really looking forward to the event.
This is the first day of the main. The numbers this week have been insane. Do you think that day 1A, with it being the first, obviously you can still buy in all day tomorrow, all day today. The early stages of day 1A is like the breather that the poker players want after it being such a hectic week.
Yeah. You don't see many beers out at this stage from
No.
that way to
No. Well, we'll not play a main event like the £10 rebuy in Edinburgh, where the drinks were flowing and everyone was saying Rick Trigg said it's the best game of poker he's played live for years.
What, Edinburgh?
Because he absolutely loved it. He says it was played like the old festivals were. Beer was on tap all day long. People were limping.
Yeah.
We were having family parts. We were enjoying poker, laughing and joking away. He says it was just brilliant. He says it was really, really good. He says it's just like the old festival days. So Edinburgh certainly lived up to expectation and more. Especially, well, we had 6-pint Kev on the tail, didn't we?
Yeah. You and going to come in for a race here. Turning bottom pair into a bluff with some very nice backdoor possibilities. Alex here, top pair, top kicker, not going to be going anywhere. It's just going to call like that decision. Want to keep Ewan's bluffs in. Obviously Ewan can have hand for value here. He can have pocket fours, he can have ace four, he can have king four suited. 9 of hearts on the turn here. Might throw the brakes on here, Tower. Alex was the original raiser pre, and Ewan does check like that decision after we get called from Alex, and this turns no good for our hand. Going to be very difficult to fold out ace X with another barrel. And the thing is as well, a lot of the King X are probably going to check back this particular board, so once we get called here, I think you will be pretty aware that Alex has at least an ace, so just going to snap fold. Credit for trying, but also good to see not just barreling off, understanding turn's not going to be a good one to barrel on.
Nate Poulton says, remember the old Saltergate? God, you know what? Chesterfield, Rotherham United didn't beat Chesterfield for 33 years. Forever. Like, hey, oh, JJ's here. He's come dressed for the occasion and everything.
He chopped the Omer last night.
Heck.
I saw.
Shirts come in different sizes.
I'd had a couple of texts this morning saying well done, chop the Omaha last night, because it was JH, same initial as me on the Poker Live.
Did he win it?
Yeah, he chopped it. It's I don't know.
That was really weird because Pete Wigglesworth says to me before the tournament, he says, we always swap 10%, him and JJ.
Yeah.
He says, and he's never cashed, but every time we swap, I always cash, so I make money. Do I swap 10%? I hope he did.
Yeah, I hope he did.
I hope he did, because JJ went on a win it. I'm going to have to ask Wiggy, see if he won it, see if he swapped it, because he said we always swap 10%, we both love the game, and every time I swap 10%, he does nothing, and Pete Wiggy always cashes. He says, so in respect, I should swap 10% because I'm in the cash.
Yeah.
That's what he thought. So I hope he did, because if JJ won it, then he'll have made a bit of money.
He was down to, he correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 2 big blinds, maybe 3 big blinds
Really?
on the bubble. On the bubble,
wow.
yeah. He was on my direct right on the bubble when he was down to, I think, 2 or 3 big blinds, and then just went on a massive spin, courtesy of me a couple of times. I think I doubled him up twice.
Wow.
But yeah, he's a good result from JJ.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Saltergate. That was I never saw Rotherham United win at Saltergate. Ever. Old and by far the coldest ground in the country, says Goliath. Do we know the dates for the Walsall 25-25? 7th till the 10th of December, I do believe. I will confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it's the 7th till the 10th of December. It's not on the app yet because it doesn't run into December as of yet.
Chiesa, buongiorno.
Buongiorno, young man.
Yeah, Katie, 7th. First one out in the FT. I think I was like 3rd in chips going into it and was first one out. Yeah, but set versus 2 pair was a pretty big pot that I lost. Left me short, and then got it in with nut flush draw, Broadway draw, bottom end wrap, and paired the board and no good. Out the door we went. Kellett was also on the PLO final table last night, I should mention, as he's on the feature today. He was on the PLO FT.
Good stuff. Late nights, early mornings, you see.
Yeah.
Rich Kelly sat in seat number 3. Oh no, yeah, what are you doing? Chiesa decided to work again after 4 years, first week back against the dreaded COVID. Hope it's only mild dose nowadays. Hopefully it's just a mild dose, and just spend a few days watching the live stream and you're back on your feet and up to no good again when you get back out.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Ali. 3-betting the ace-5 suited and then continuing on this board texture. And we don't have to size up this much with our C-bet. I think 600 probably does the same as 9. But Daniel here with ace-jack. Going to be difficult to continue out of position. Will be the best hand some of the time. We're ahead of some Broadway holdings like the King, Queen, King, Jack, so on. But out of position here. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the fold. He's got the best hand, but I'll probably do the exact same in that situation from Dan. Nice pick up from Ali. He is flying out the blocks.
This is what we've got for the remainder of the week. Check it up there. This is the main event. You've got the turbo, the cash out satellite tonight. Starts at 9 o'clock. 6 20-minute levels. We'll be going out. We'll be checking
We'll
it.
get a little power
We'll get
baby
excited
going.
when somebody comes in. I've got 150,000 and we're going. Well, we're off. But that's the remainder of the schedule for Luton for this week. And don't forget the closer online as well, which is a £25,000 guaranteed closer on Monday. Starts at 7. 20-minute blinds online, 20,000 starting stack, and there's also the A-Maker promotion, the live stream free rolls. There's plenty going on online, but that is now part of the GUKPT schedule. And if you fancy it, come and join us, because we're here for a good time.
Thanks, Katie. Always appreciated. I do enjoy playing the sides. They are really fun. I've usually got a couple of bevies on the go as well, so
Play it
always a good laugh.
Play it how it's supposed to be.
Bit early, 21 outs. You're 3 days early, mate. Live stream free roll is on Sunday. We give the password out for that on Sunday as always. But there are always free rolls running every day
no
on the client.
passwords. No password needed for every free roll apart from the one at Sunday at 6 p.m. Afternoon, Pickles. Carl's watching. Carl Picks is watching. Big game for Rotherham United on Saturday. Playing Portsmouth on Saturday, and he's loving our striker, little Marky Smith. Want to see you in Blackpool, Picks? I am sure we will. They're actually starting satellites next week in Blackpool. They're running main event satellites and 30-30 satellites all next week, which is good to see.
So I could go down there next Thursday and just try and get some seats.
You'll be a bit early, yeah. Just enjoy the sights. Enjoy Blackpool. Make sure your clubs are in the car. But yeah, we're over in Dublin next week for the IPO. Going over next week, we'll be streaming again and then straight back to Blackpool for the GUKPT. Yeah, you see, we were talking about this last night. What do you do if you got 145,000 and a guy moves just open rips 120k and you've got aces? Is it an insta-call at all times, or is it a fault?
It's probably a fault.
No,
I didn't like delving into the numbers just in my head now. If you got 149,000, it would be a fold. It would have to be a fold. Like worst, like best case scenario, we're going to have 80%. I'd say it's probably a fold. I have to get Dara O'Kearney on the case with this tournament. He might have to write another book if this satellite takes off. But it's because it's very similar to being on the bubble with aces. And someone shoving that's got you covered, I guess.
Yep. So there's a thought. The IPO.
IPO. Go play the IPO.
£15 flights from down round corner.
Yeah.
Queen 4 of diamonds. Pretty nice block, nice turn. Don't think I'm going anywhere.
Not yet. 3 minutes.
Convenient you have to miss work to watch the live stream. Is that what Sam's implying? You went back to work but the live stream came on, so I've now got COVID. Yes, make sure you look after yourself, drink loads of water. I think everybody said exactly the same who's had a touch of the old corona. All they did was drink water. Loads of fluids. So yeah.
A bottle of water, is it?
Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Get yourself better.
Oh, here he is, Jim
Oi, oi.
Marlowe. Jim Marlowe.
Thank you.
The man himself, thank you.
How you doing, Jim?
I saw Jim this week, had a little chat with him.
Has he played much this week?
Yeah, he's been playing. He got to meet the legend One Push as well, introduced them both.
He still ain't got a record like One Push, though, has he?
Nah.
Nobody's got a record like One Push. Played 5, cashed in 5.
There you are. He did cash 27th in the mini. That's a good result, Jim.
Very nice. Afternoon, Chris. Have you been practising your 3-wood?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably my best club, my 3-wood.
Is it?
I do like my 3-wood, yeah. Usually play the...
I think you check calls all times, doesn't he?
I think with Gary here, we're leading tower. I think we just want to try and get value from our set of threes. This is a river that's going to get checked back too often, but Isaac may take the bait now. It's actually a really, really good check from Gary in the scheme of things. It's a really nice check from him. He doesn't get paid if he leads, so he's managed to induce this bluff here from Isaac.
I think he's always calling.
Yeah, I'll probably raise here tower. Once turn, we're blind on blind. Once a turn checks back, it's very difficult. I think Isaac's just going to be betting most of his flushes on the turn. So if I'm Gary here, I might come in for a thin value raise here with our set. Never folding in a million years. It's call or raise, and against this particular size from Isaac, he's opted for just shy of half pot. So I'll probably raise our pocket threes here, try and get called by an ace or potentially 2 pair rather than just flat. And yes, there is a flush out there, but got to be aware of the check back on the turn, and that's exactly what Gary's done.
Yeah, raised it to 5.8.
Played this river to perfection, but not going to get any action from Isaac. Isaac just going to fold the queen high after a little bit of deliberation.
You'll think about it for 10 and then fold it.
Always in attack, Jim. Who won the 4-5-6 PLO last night? The man in seat 6 chopped it.
JJ Hassan.
Yeah, JJ chopped it.
Try and
Heads
get
up.
you the full result sometime during the next session. Maxi Ammo plays off an unofficial 18 and can hit it at 7,950 yards, but the pros hit a pitching wedge 150 yards. It's not how far you hit the ball. It's nice to be able to whack the ball as far as you can. But if it was all about hitting the ball as far as you can and winning, then DeChambeau would win every event because he hits the ball an insane distance. And he was in the. Did you see him in the
Longest
drive comp for the first
competition,
time? Obviously, you can't use them clubs on the tour, but it's interesting to see. JJ's on his way to balance the tables. See you later, he says. So yeah, but it's always obviously it's nice to hit a pitching wedge 150. Not many people can hit a pitching wedge 150, but it's all about it. Consistency and accuracy. Or else DeChambeau would just make a laughing stock of the game.
Yeah.
Good to see people getting out playing golf again, getting some exercise, and then sitting down and playing some poker. But I still think we should have golf days and poker nights. We need one sorted out for next year, Jay.
I think we do. Blinds going up first time today, level 2. There's a raising take from Rich with the King 4 suited.
Yeah, just going on to that. There's on the 5th. Oh, sorry, on the 6th on Tuesday. 525 yard par 5. I hit driver 5 wood, 2 yards through the green, and ended up with a 5. So from 20 yards, I took 3 shots. I went, put.
I'd be happy with that.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not about how far you hit the ball. I mean, driver 5, we're down the middle. Unbelievable. It's great 2 shots. 2 yards through the green and a par 5 and still 3 put. It just happens. It's one of them things.
Ben asked, do we know the grand final schedule yet?
Not yet. We will get confirmation this weekend. A couple of things need to be ticked off from the club itself, and then Jim can release a schedule. It will be this week that we stick it into the stream deck so we can see exactly what's happening for London. Looking forward to going down to London. There's plenty going on. It's going to be a big festival. 2-week festival it is. As soon as we get the schedule, you will see it, and we'll stick it in and mention it quite a few times because it's a massive, massive grand final festival.
Got action here between Alex and Ali. Both going to be putting some chips in on this board. Rich may even come along for the ride, but after Alex fires into 4 players, second pair, Rich just gets out of the way. As I always say, do want to be calling a bit tighter when you go multi-weight in these situations. Did have the best hand here, Rich, but equity-wise, that's not the case. Ali comes straight in for a raise here with his 6-4. Like it, we can rep value. We've defended out the big blind. We've got the 8-5, we've got the King 5, we've got the King 8, we've got pocket 5s in there as well for value. Obviously, just sitting with 6 height. Going to be hard to be good at showdown. Oh, he's actually picked up a double gutter to go with his 6 high flush draw. So we might see a second barrel coming in here from Ali. Need to start thinking about hands that Alex has called us with, though. He's bet into 3 players and called our raise. He's going to have plenty of King X. He was the opener pre-flop. He's got Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, so on. These type of holdings, set of 8s in there as well. Aces is a value hand he can have. So looks like Ali's going to opt to check call this spot. Interesting to see how Alex proceeds here, whether he's going to take the free one. He does have a smidge of showdown here with third pair, working with a 7 high flush draw. Comes down to what hands does he expect Ali to raise flop with and then check this turn. Obviously we're ahead of Ali's flush draws because we got a pair of ours, and that is an action river, deuce of hearts rolling off. And like a boat shouldn't really be in play here. Ever Tower, it's a double flush draw on the turn, so 2 pair or better. Ali's going to bet, And Alex is going to do exactly the same. So once this deuce rolls off on the river, boats are pretty much irrelevant. Yes, it is a paired board, but how it's played is going to be very difficult for either player to have a boat. So going to come straight in for value here as Ali with our flush. And if I'm Alex here, I'm probably just going to flat, depending on size. Better 6k. Just never fold in and just going to call. No need to raise in this spot, only ever getting called by a better hand.
Yeah.
Better flushes and a bit of a cooler river for Ali. But as played, Alex going to take that one.
Alex says, where's JJ? JJ's just gone to balance the tables. He's not been eliminated. He moved his stack and balanced the tables on the outside. And the chip shop's gone. Andy Christoforou has been eliminated in the early stages of the festival. Just 67 in so far, but as we know, Thursdays, after such a hectic week, are the quietest days. The satellite's on at 9 tonight. Looking forward to that. And tomorrow, Friday, always crazy busy. There's also the turbo as well. What I did notice this week is that the turbos in the Mini and the 3030s have been getting so many uniques, like so many.
Yeah,
it's been ridiculous. I think it was something like 70 uniques in the Mini turbo. Just incredible.
Maybe for people that can't sacrifice 2 days to play a poker tournament, they come and play the turbo in at 12, and if they make it through straight to day 2 at 4 o'clock, would make sense.
Yeah. Sam says, hasn't Kev set a line yet?
Yeah, he set. Kev hasn't set a line. I've given him a chance. We flipped the script, so I'm the one setting the line now, and Kev's gone with the overs on 480.
480.
But I'm regretting it a bit now. I'm wishing.
I think you'll be close. I must admit.
So lovely flop here for Dan after opening button, flopping top 2 pair. Ewan with middle pair. It's 8 on the turn. So Dan snap checks this one behind. Like it. Bit of deception. We can get value on river potentially from some 9x and worse ace-x. Obviously Ewan will be 8x heavy defending out the big blind, so doesn't want to come in for a bet on the turn and get raised. Understandable. Potentially go for his value on rivers. And doesn't choose to come in for value. Flush getting there, a few straight draws getting there, so just happy to take the pot with his ace-9. Katie, it's funny, Katie. You never ever see anyone misread their hand when they win a hand. No one ever turns their hand over like with the best hand and go, "Oh, I got the best hand. Misread it." It's always when they got the worst hand. That's the funny thing about it. It's the thing I find funny. He genuinely may have misread it, but I'm a non-believer. It's very, very difficult to do, especially in Hold'em, misread your hand. Especially for someone that's been playing for so many years. As Rich makes it 300 under the gun with the ace queen. And Alex 10-6 off. Coming in for a defend. Ace King Jack, 2 hearts. So Rich flopping the best of it. Could potentially check this one behind. Can mix in a check back against big blind range with this hand. Top pair, Broadway draw. Not really any bad turns for our hand. Think about the defend range of Alex. He can be drawing pretty thin a lot of the time. But Rich just opts for the bet. Takes it now. have to fly all the way back to 2019 for the last time we were in Luton for a 1K. Vic Meta taking home £83,000 and the title back
Not
in
a bad
2019.
final now, was it, Paul?
We had Stato on the final table. Andy Hume comes second. Tom Hall was on the final. Ivy, Phil Corrigan was on the final table. Tim Chung was on the final table, and Sebastian Young was on the final table. That was
And bubble for the final table was Mr. Siddle.
that is some FT. That is hopefully more of the same this weekend.
Ten Jack King, our latest flop. Richard with a piece of it. Alex flopping top pair.
Yeah, both opting to check. So this is where we want to be coming in for our value on this 6th turn. As Alex get a clean turn for us, Rich check back flop. We're just going to have the best hand so often here. But Rich not going to put any money in the pot blind on blind with 3rd pair. Good discipline at a lay down.
Early stages Luton, but looking there, here it is, a blackers.
Yeah, I might be a bit early to have. I've just seen. I was looking at the dates and I've got them completely wrong. Good thing I ain't booked up yet. That's what I'm gonna say.
There's no wonder it's busy next week.
Yeah.
It's half term as well, don't forget. It's always busy during that. But what a fantastic schedule yet again. The final leg, as we say, because the grand final rolls into London a couple of weeks after Blackpool. It's another fantastic schedule. It's all there. It's all written down. Check it out. It's on the app. The satellites running in the club. There are a couple of self-deal satellites as well, and then the main satellites start to roll in when the freelancers get there. But it's another great schedule, and it is identical to what we've just had here in Luton. So if you like Luton and you've enjoyed the events in Luton, you think, well, it's next. Well, there it is. Blackpool is just around the corner, and everything is there from the perspective of just such a fantastic festival yet again. This guy's going to be playing.
This guy's going to be playing. I will do. I'll put a bounty on your head for the mini main tower. I think I might have to.
Is it not hard enough? Making the first break. There should be a prize for making the first break.
We'll see what we can do, but I'll definitely throw something on for the viewers. You have everyone after you. Looking forward to Blackpool. Going to be a really, really good leg. Turnout for that's going to be crazy as well.
Yeah, I think as always, everybody's always said that it was like the festival feel of all time. It's one of these. It's the event of the year that never seemed to change. It was always the event that everybody turned up for the week, like they used to do 10 years ago when money was no object and life was a little bit different, and everybody just turned up for the entire festival in days gone by, and it's just like that. Blackpool is just like that now. So this year has had the festival feel all event.
Oh, yeah,
every event. It has been a little bit festivally, and Blackpool will be no different. And if you've never been, for the first time since the GUKPT has been in town since 2007, the illuminations will still be on.
So Damien Pilkington Lewis taking his seat at the table, gets involved first hand, raises a deuces, raise and take. I'd like to go Blackpool in the summer though. I'd like to say that because the only time I've ever been is for the GUKPT.
I think what you have to do with Blackpool is definitely look at the weather forecast. Hopefully they've got it more or less correct, and then book, because it can be wet and windy. So yeah, Yeah, Gully. Held me on in the sit and go. You're not wrong, I played the pro sit and go last Tuesday.
Did you?
Yeah, I forgot to do. I'm going to message you. I'm going to have an earpiece on what to do.
How'd you get on?
On what to do, I came third.
Third.
Yeah, I came third.
That would teach
Andy
them
Hills
pros.
was absolutely running over everybody. It was good, enjoyed it. Got invited to the pros sit and go and enjoyed it. So it was one of those that, he was a good laugh, told a couple of stories. Vander Holyfield's story came out again. Now PK must have texted somebody because he's one of the only people that knew it. But no, it was good. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed it. Seeing the guys as well on the old Zoom. Enjoyed it.
So Daniel just opted to flat the Ace King here versus button open. And in this particular scenario, it's a good choice because it's come Queen High. Gary would not have been folding to a 3-bet. I would have much preferred to see a 3-bet from the Ace King here out versus button open. I know we can see Daniel would have lost more chips. But just looking at it from a wider perspective, over the long run, button open, we got Ace King in the big, unless there's some particular reason we're flatting. It's almost always going to 3-bet, but this king on the turn. Gary finds the free outer, then Dan finds the free outer. And Gary opting to check this one behind. And the river is a 7, so the Ace King of Dan. Going to take this one down, comes in for value on the end, and the Ace King is good. Yes, Ben, that's why we saw the snap. Gary never thinks Dan's got Ace King there in that particular spot. Battle of the King Jacks, and Alex got a nice easy 3-bet for us. UTG open, +1 call. Ace King here, under the gun +2. 3-bets to 800. He's made this tiny here, Alex. This is really, really small sizing after an open and a call. Goes sub 3x. And Isaac in 5 going to cold call the Ace-8 on the button after this EP action. Wants to get involved. And Ali out the way with the 6-4. And Ewan's going to be coming along with this hand facing this size for sure. And we should see Damien do the same behind. Damien closing the action, getting this price and his money. Suited King Jack. Can never be folding this spot. Makes the call. We got 4-way action in a 3-bet pot. 3.5 in the middle. And that is Whiffsville for everyone. Ace King of Alex still actually the best hand here, but going to struggle to be able to continue into the whole field. But he is going to come in for a continue here on the 10-7-5 rainbow. Unfazed. We're up against 3 other players in a 3-bet pot, 1.2. Do like the size he's opted for though. Giving himself a good price to get this through. Comes in for 3rd pot, and everyone gets out of the way. So a nice little pick up there from Alex.
Getting all them chips back after that misread.
I'm just sorry, someone that's wearing a plus EV top does not misread their hand.
Second level of the day. Up to 70 in the main event. 140 last year. From day one here, I think round about the 140 mark last year.
0 last year, Tower.
All right. All right. All right. Last time we were in Luton.
2019. Let's find out.
It was something like 470 runners. Prize pool 370,000. 307 runners the last time the main event was in Luton 2 years ago. 307. So the line set at 480. Just shows how far the GUKPT has come and how mad it's been this year. Ah, yeah, where is Phyllis? She normally brings her knitting needles and sits at the side poker knitting away. I need a new bobble hat for golf. Phyllis, if you're coming down, don't forget your knitting needles. A black bobble hat with a pom-pom on it. That's what I need. Yeah, you got to wear a good bobble hat. You need to wrap up when you do play old links. It's usually a bit blowy.
So Alex under the gun, ace 10. Should be opening this one. How many runners are there running for the satellite? Satellite will kick off. How many hours time?
9 o'clock, I think.
9 o'clock?
Yep.
Yeah, a long while till we get that. But we'll have a little report on the satellite. I'm sure Tower will run out, see how it's going on.
We will. Can't wait to watch it. I'm quite interested because it's something people don't like change, but this is a change for us doing a satellite this way. They've been run at EPTs and the World Series and places like that before. A lot of people have said how good they are. So it's an interesting concept. We'll be ready to share the news. But it starts at 9. The cash out satellite.
Yeah, good fold there from Dan. A lot of players may call in that spot, but after Alex fires into the whole field again, which is rarely going to be good our hand. Alex now picking up nut flush draw to go with his second pair. Wouldn't mind seeing him check this spot tower. I think this is better hand to check call in this particular situation. Yeah, I like it. Obviously, plenty of Queen X Isaac can have. Peter Narum's going to open in the hijack. He's going to have King Queen, Queen Jack. Maybe Ace Queen that didn't elect to free bet. So much prefer the check call in this spot as Alex, and that's what he's going to do, facing this bet from Isaac on the turn. This is what we can do as well. We can induce some bluffs from worse hands. Deuce on the river, so we've got a clear check as Alex. Check over to Isaac as the aggressor, and then it's down to Isaac whether he is going to fire and bluff at this. Potentially rep. Like, would he go as thin as a Queen Jack type hand here or King Queen? That's what he's got to ask himself.
2,700.
Now Alex got a pretty nice hand to call here with. We've got Ace 10 in our hand. Makes a hand like Queen 10 less likely, and the Ace of Diamonds obviously reduces some flush possibilities for our opponent. There are plenty of combos he can still have though on this particular diamond board. The King Queen, King Jack, Jack Queen, 9-8 suited, 8-7 suited, 9-7 suited, all these type of holdings can have for value here. And will he go as thin? Maybe a hand like King Queen with the King of Diamonds here could potentially value bet this spot. Queen Jack, maybe not. Difficult to get called by worse. We see Alex tanking here with a 10. Like, what are the bluffs here that we beat from Alex's perspective? Hands like King Jack, Jack 9, Ace Jack.
Big fold.
Does let it go. Can't moan at him for folding that one. That's a really tough spot. Can have plenty of value there. Our opponent
Penny Smith on YouTube says, stop flirting with editors, get a loom. Like it. Afternoon, Penny.
Afternoon, Penny.
Heading up towards 2 p.m. Thursday afternoon. Hope everybody is well. Wherever you are in the world, whichever part of the United Kingdom you are sat watching the live stream, if you're sat in the sunshine in a different country, then good afternoon or good morning. JJ moved tables at C4. He just went to balance the tables, that's all. Nothing special, nothing spectacular. JJ's shirt went elsewhere. No sunshine in Manchester, says a C4. There will be on Wednesday when you're flying out to Mexico. Last chance saloon online if you're trying to get yourself a Vegas seat for the main event. I'm sure Grosvenor Poker next year will be back up and running on the Vegas hunt, taking loads of players out there. And I'm sure there'll be something in the pipeline for next year's festival. I'm sure the festival will be back to the summer. I still think by the end of the main event they'll announce next year's. I'm pretty sure they will. Watching in Cyprus, Joe Phillips sat in the sunshine in Cyprus. Oh, it'll be 30 degrees. The sky will be blue. Oh, the drinks will be flowing.
Nice bit of action here. 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Got top pair, top kicker for Alex. Damien with a flush draw. So going to see some chips put in the middle in this one. Ace of spades on the turn. So Alex turning top 2. Like, need to start. It's a pretty easy one, this one for us. Like Damien here, he's only ever going to have a 9, a flush draw or a deuce once he calls the flop. So we're going to try and get some value from some 9x here and charge the flush draws. 9x now thinks he's chopping a lot of the time. So Alex firing again, trying to get called by a worse 9 or potentially a flush draw that our opponent can have. And it is blind on blind here as well, so fairly wide ranges. Damien will come in for the call, looking for a club on the river, and finds a 7. Does pick up 2 pair. Only hands we go in front of here as Damien is some flush draws of Alex, or only specifically the king high flush draw is a hand that we now go in front of here, but be very surprised if we saw him pay this one off on the river after catching a pair. We do beat all the club draws. We're ahead of all of those, but we do have 2 clubs in our hand. I prefer not to have the clubs here after making a pair on the river. And the thing is, as the raise a pre-flop, Alex can have plenty of ace-x. He's raised, he's going to continue this board, paired, blind on blind, high frequency, continue, snag the ace on the turn and continue barreling, trying to get value from a 9. So if I'm Damien here, I'm just going to let this 7 go a lot of the time. He's non-believer. Non-believer must just think that Alex is on missed clubs here. It'd be so much better to call with a hand like a 9x hand that didn't have a club in it, but Damien going to station it off with the 7. I'm very surprised to see that.
Very active Alex Burton sat in seat number 2.
Yeah,
Afternoon to Phyllis, watching on YouTube as well.
He might have had the information fed through about the Queen 6. He might have paid it off because of that. He knows he's capable. To be fair, that can also play a part. Absolutely. If you know that you've got an opponent that's capable of making moves.
Yeah.
Nice 3 streets of value there from Alex. Maybe a little bit of a misstep from Damien in 1.
Stevie Keys watching in rainy Scotland. Looking forward to Blackpool. Yeah, Blackpool is on the horizon. The schedule is out. Check out the Poker Live app for all details at your leisure. And we'll keep flicking up the schedule itself for Blackpool during the day. C4's off to Acapulco on Wednesday.
I'm going loco.
Absolutely.
I know that one.
Very nice indeed. Good luck to C4. I'm sure we'll see you back in Blackpool if you don't make the main event in Vegas. If not, we'll see you sometime soon. Enjoy Mexico, enjoy Vegas, and anybody else who's going. I don't know too many players who are out there at this moment in time, but we know Brandon Shields is out there playing. Anybody else that you know is out there, let us know, because we always like to keep his eye on whoever goes out there to play.
Yeah, I've got a few sweats out there, Tal.
Have you?
Nice. Yeah, I got
Who do you know that's out there?
I got a couple of two of my guys that I play cash games with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out there, they've flown out to Mexico for a few weeks, and then they're off to Vegas.
Isn't it bizarre that you can fly to one country and then fly into the country where you intend to, but you can't fly to the intended country straight away? It's nothing to do with anything but politics. It's annoying. But safe trips and travels when you go. Anthony Poole, Armpreet Singh have been eliminated, and Fabrizio Simeone gone. Early stages knockouts on day 1A, 74 in the mix at this moment in time. There'll be 374 tomorrow. It's bizarre.
Hey, how you doing, Adam?
Adam,
It's payday.
absolutely. How's things, young man? What you got on the agenda? Have you got any festivals booked up yet? Will Glastonbury be on next year, do you reckon?
No idea, Tal. No idea. Cold 4 incoming. Gary with the ace king here. He can potentially flat this early stages. Rich has 3-bet out the small blind versus early position open. Flat from cut off. Especially against Mr. Kellett. More than capable. Going to be 4-betting this a lot of the time as Gary. And does makes it 7.8. Huge 4-bet sizing. I was expecting somewhere nearer the 5k mark, but Gary opts for just under 4x. Maybe happy to take it down here. Lots of dead money in the pot. There's been an open, a call, and a 3-bet. But Rich is going to have an easy fold now with the ace-9 after this action behind him. There you are. Ricky Kebab says Glasgow is going ahead. He's got tickets.
Awesome. Very good.
I didn't see you, Adam, in the 30-30 or mini.
Incognito. Okay, he's got a gig on Saturday, which is why he can't play the main. We'll play the 30-30 and the mini. Steve Moz Morris is out there playing in Vegas. Think he's just made the money of the 5k 6 max. Says Simon on YouTube. Thanks, Simon, for the information. An afternoon from a cold Scotland. Is that Steve W? Stevie W. Afternoon from a cold Scotland. Yes. Well, I saw the golf in Scotland a couple of weeks ago. They played at the old course, St Andrews. It was blowing 40. Oh, tripping heck! It looked Baltic. Rich Kellett gets involved for the first time in a couple of orbits. Played up in Edinburgh. Passport winner a couple of years ago. Had him talking to us on the hours with the tower during lockdown. Fantastic to listen to him because he just remembers everything. Remembers so many good stories. Always used to go to the Australian Open as well. The Aussie Millions when they're on. Wonder if that'll be back on next year regarding travel. The Aussie Millions. Fitgit's got the life. Afternoon from a boat on the Kennet in Avon. I love it. Afternoon. sailing away. I like the old canal boats. Top speed, 4 miles an hour. Sailing along, off you go. Living the dream. Only 4 miles an hour seems fast when you're on it. Just going down the canal. I wonder if it is. 4 miles an hour seems fast. Oh, you enjoyed the boating.
Yeah, well over 400, Adam. There's no way it's going to be less than 400 turnout we've had this week. Plenty of people coming to play this one. I think it will be closer to 500 mark. Definitely smash the $500,000 prize pool, I think, as well. It would be shocked.
We know it's a quiet and start to today's runnings, but there'll be plenty going on, and obviously in late reg all day. I like on the clock earlier, it said late reg was till the end of level 34.
Did it?
And that was like buying into the final table. If it's still going at level 34, can somebody else come and help us take down? Awesome. Well, anybody in Vegas that you know, keep us informed. We always like to hear everybody who's going out there.
So Adam been opening a fair amount of hands. So Alex been opening a fair amount of hands. So Rich is going to attack that. 3 bets the Queen Deuce suited to 1k, and we see a cold call here from Isaac with the Ace Jack and the small, and now Alex going to come along with the old suited gapper, closing the action, getting that price on his money. 3-way to the flop. What a flop!
What a flop! 8-9
hearts.
King. Any hearts about?
When you're involved in a 3-bet pot and you've got 6 high, that is one of the flops that you are looking for. And not going to be the turn you want to see though, as Alex here with the 6-4 of hearts. Now losing to a player with any heart in their hand, but check once more from Rich, just waving the white flag here with the Queen Deuce, and can't see Isaac firing at this one. To be honest, Isaac's probably the player that is going to have most flushes here, so could potentially
not loving life now, Alex.
Can come in for value here with Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts after it's been checked through twice. Alex non-believer and just snaps it off, and Rich into the fold in here, Tower. So is he thinking about raising here? You think about it, Alex is probably going to bet the Ace of Hearts on the turn, but Isaac can still have it. I think he would check into the aggressor on the flop and then check in on the turn, potentially try and induce. He can still have it, so I guess Rich for a second thought about raising, but didn't on that particular occasion, and Alex going to take that one, the 6-4 of hearts.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Spand. Alex is here to play. He sure is. Oi, Ads is on his way up a little bit later. If you're still in when the live stream finishes at 12:30, we'll see you in the club.
It's got caffeine in it, so I should have it, but like, steady enough I can say that. Yeah.
20 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. First session has nearly flown by. Josie Choppy has been eliminated. On the outer tables, and all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of the 8 eliminations, we've had 6 re-entries. So 8 players have been eliminated in the first session so far, and 6 have re-entered. Straight back in.
Afternoon, and Ben asks if Max Sanders is still in.
We can try and find out for you. We can try and find out for you.
Yep, still him. I think I saw him. Maximilian. There.
There you go. He's still in the mix. Max Sanders is in the building. Yeah, this is 1250 this Kaiser. 1250 total. So 1100 plus the juice. Should be a price pool around the 450,000 mark. And same in Blackpool, 1250 in Blackpool, and then the grand final is set at 2,000. Full schedule on its way this weekend, and we'll post it as soon as we get it.
Yeah, it'll be close to a $500,000 prize pool, this one.
Yeah, by the time all the buy-ins are complete, don't forget you're buying late reg all day today, per person, per day. Flight B tomorrow, Flight C is the turbo at 9 PM tomorrow night, and then day 2 entries as well, usually between 10 and 20 day 2 entries.
And yes, Albert is in the mix.
He is.
He is in the mix.
He is, and his name's not on the elimination list at this moment in time.
And he made day 2 of the 30-30 as one of the chip leaders off of 1 bullet tower.
No way,
Yep,
get
yep,
away.
yep.
Not having that.
Played day 1A, bagged up with near chip leader, and 1 bullet, all he needed.
Did he cash?
He's a changed man. I don't think he cashed. I don't think he cashed, but
He's not really changed, he's just got more chips. So it's when he walks through the door. How many times can he re-enter? Like, don't ask that question.
no, I'm fine, thank you. The grapes are out early doors.
No, they're only little cough sweets. Just keeping the throat nice and moist. £25,000 closer on Monday night. Don't forget it's part of the festival. £110 in. Live stream free roll on Sunday. Don't forget we can have a little punt on the players for the sports book. We'll be offering a market on the remaining players who make day 3.
Such a good sweat. I love it. I do. It's nice to back a few players that are left in and. Damien flopping lovely here, flush draw as the opener on a king high board. There's a continued quick fold from Isaac. We've got 15 minutes left of the first session, everybody, and then we will head out on the first 15-minute break of the day. When we return, fresh faces, new feature table. Tom Hall going to be headlining that one for us. He's going to be coming to the feature after the break.
The audio's breaking up on the boat. I'm guessing that's just you. Or else we'd have more people saying. Yes, Josu has come in for a re-entry in seat 6. So Josh.
Isaac making a 300. Dan going to flat the cut off with a 10-9 off. That's going to bring Ali in on the button. He's going to come in the form of a 3-bet. It should be job done, but Isaac's been getting involved a lot, and yeah, I was just about to say I can't see him folding. He looks like the type of player that wants to see lots of flops A lot of the time this free bet with the ace jack's just going to get through. Queen jack off's going to go into the muck, but Isaac happy to see a flop and out flops the ace jack.
Queen 9-3, 2 hearts. Good stuff. Getting a thumbs up about the audio, which is always good.
So Ali has the ace of hearts in his hand, going to continue. Doesn't need to go too large. Opts for 900 into 2.8, so just south of third pot. Isaac just going to be calling, I hope, tower. And does.
Jack of diamonds could bring a bit of action.
I think Ali's going to check this one behind here. Tower. If Ali does bet here, he probably ought to go really small to try and get the free showdown, but I think we want to be checking this one back more often than not after we pick up second pair here. And there is the check from Ali. And the queen on the river. Now this is a pretty naughty river because Isaac's going to get paid now. And he's actually coming for a check. I love this. He's looking for the check rizzle. And he's going to be able to do it because if I'm Ali here, I'm probably going to value bet this spot with the ace jack after this queen pair's on the river and coming for some thin value, trying to get called by potentially some 9x out there, some pocket pairs. Look like we got ace king perhaps, trying to get called by 8, 7, 6s, as well as some 9x suited, 9, 10 suited, ace 9 suited, king 9 suited. That will pill the free bet if he's peeling queen jack off. But we're about to get the bad news because Isaac here going to be coming in for a raise. And the thing is, as Isaac, we've got to think about hands we're trying to get called by. I probably don't go too large in this particular spot. Like, he can never have a straight here, Ali. If he's got king 10 or 10-8 suited that he opted to free bet, he's going to be barreling turn. So the best hand Ali gonna have here is probably a queen. It's probably the best hand he's ever gonna have. So opts for 10k, so comes in for 3x. For 8k he goes even smaller than that. I like that a lot, just because he should never have a boat here, should never have a straight. The best hand he can have is a queen x. Most of the time though it is going to be what it is, like a king jack, jack 10, ace jack type hand. So Isaac makes it a very small raise. A lot of time for the sizing. Wouldn't have been in the pot in the first place but once we get to this point, like how he's played this one, and it's going to be very, very hard for Ali to find the hero here, especially with the ace of hearts in our hand. Not a good card to be calling with. We want our opponent to have some flush draws in a free bet pot, having the ace of hearts. Going to reduce them combinations. So a lot of the time I just say, give him credit.
Certainly in the tank.
And I mentioned a lot over the past months how these spots are so underbluffed as well. That's something you need to take into account. Just not many people bluff raise rivers these days, especially in live poker. You see it a lot more online, but in a live setting, it just doesn't happen too often. There'll be certain players in the field that will be balanced in these spots and have bluff raises as well as the value, but don't think Isaac's ever going to be bluffing this spot, like turning a 9 into a bluff perhaps. Maybe a hand like 9-10 of hearts could be a bluff in this particular spot, but Ali having a long hard think about this one. Be very surprised if we could see him call it off. Yeah, spot on span. No one check raise bluffs rivers. Got the chips, so he's going to pay it off. He's going to pay it off. Isaac, everything there, the check on the river, the sizing he opted for, played very nicely. If we just bet, we're just going to get called. But managed to get value from a jack there.
10 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. And a decent session and a decent start to the main event.
Yep. So Isaac straight back into the mix with the ace-10, makes it 300. Daniel going to just flat the king-10 suited in position. It's going to bring Damien along in the small with the queen-9 off, and Alex going to get out of the way with this one in the big 7 deuce off. Obviously can defend very wide in the big blind, but this one just trash into the muck. King 6 deuce, 2 hots. Isaac with the bet and lead, so going to continue the king high board. Dan not going to be going anywhere at all. He flopped top pair. Going to call in position. No need to raise. We've got position on Isaac. Going to have the best hand a lot of the time. Keep some of his bluffs in. He might choose to start firing some barrels on this 3 of spades turn. Looks like he is lining up barrel here. For 1300, and Dan can't be going anywhere here. We've got top pair. We're going to have to call at least once more. If we are faced with a 3rd barrel on the river, that's where the decision is going to occur. The river is the 3, and it looks like Isaac lining up a 3 barrel here, repping ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, but just gets snapped off by Dan, and Dan going to take that one with the king 10, but Isaac just winning a pot and giving some back to Dan Sampson in seat 7.
Heading towards the break and of change in play, Tom Hall is coming to the table. And the next feature also includes former champion Martin Frey and Chris Cunliffe from Manchester. Rennie shares on there as well. Next table, Tom Hall, Chris, Martin and Rennie, to name but a few. That'll be at 2:45. Benny Smith, can we get a sound check, please? We understand if you don't want to. Oh, you make me giggle, Penny, you make me giggle. Heading towards the break, as you can see the clock at the top of the screen, 6 minutes and counting. Which means we'll return at 2:45 with the new table. Are we going 500 or are we going 600 to the flop? No, we're going 500. Should you call with Queen 5? No, you shouldn't. So Rich Kelly gets out of the way. Gary Miller calls. Isaac should do the same. I think Dan will get out of the way in 7.
It's got 3 legitimate hands, going to be going to the flop here in a 3-bet pot. Can't see Dan Sampson ever calling this one. If it's 5-3 suited, we'd see him call closing the action, but I think the 5-3 off just way too loose. Not too sure how we're in here in the first place, but we are getting just under 4.5 to 1 on the call. We are closing the action. If he comes in for the back raise, if he comes in for the back raise 4-bet, I'm just going to be shocked.
Off for the early break.
Yeah, I'll let you finish the hand tower. There we are. There's the fold eventually. Maybe thought about getting fruity there with the 5-3 off, but rightly so into the muck. So 3 legitimate holdings. What a flop this is.
Ace, 5, 6, 2 hearts.
Yeah, for the 8 half, we had ace queen of hearts, ace queen off for Gary. But still smashes the flop, top pair, second kick up. So Ali being the original 3-better, actions checked over to him. This is going to be a board that is very good for us as the 3-better. Ace 6 5, 2 hearts, ace high. Going to favour our range, so going to come in for a bet here with a pocket 8s. Doesn't go too large, 1.3 into 5.1. So opts for shy a quarter pot, really small. Continue from Ali. And Isaac got an easy, no, Isaac gonna overcall the 9s. Love to see it in a 3-bet pot. It's gone bet call. Just finds the overcall with a pocket 9s.
There's the board on the turn.
Check.
Tim O'Malley here now, Tower. We're not folding out an ace X from a set with a second barrel here. I'm just shutting down with the 8s and seeing if we can snag our 2 outer on the river. Like, and we got the 8 of hearts in our hand, like 8, 7, 8 suited.
Check it back. No, he's coming in for the bets. He's coming in for the bets.
So basically repping ace king now. Ace king or aces, like for value. His value range is pretty condensed here. Once he double barrels this turn, he'll be aware that there's not no 5x out there in a 3-bet pot. So basically just repping from Gary's perspective here. Now we're only losing to ace king. We've got an ace in our hands. So there's only actually 8 combos of ace king out there, suited and unsuited. So gonna have to call again here for Gary, and interested to see whether Ali's gonna line this river shove up. Oh, it's a 7 of clubs. Whether he takes the showdown with the 8s, we do beat a hand like king queen of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, the Broadway heart combos, and action over to Ali. Is he going to unload the clip? Is he going to rep the ace king? I guess there's going to be ace 5 suited in there some of the time. Only one combo of that though, ace 5 of diamonds. The best combo of ace 5 suited, I may add. I'd be very shocked if he's just shut down. Once we get called twice, I like the decision to put the brakes on there. I don't think Gary's folding the ace queen. Once he calls turn, leaving that SPR behind. So, Ali just gives up. I think the misstep there on the turn from Ali, probably just wants to be checking the 8s. I like the continued quarter pot on the ace high board, 3-bet pot, but once we get called in 2 spots, very ambitious to come in for the double barrel there.
Heading towards the break, probably the last hand of this session.
It will be. Should we put the old
stickers on? Go on,
stickers on? Stickers on.
Not telly. Not a bad start.
It's been a good session, really good session.
Great.
First one of the day is usually quite slow, but we've seen a couple of decent hands. We saw the Queen 6 off 5-bet. We saw Maz bust versus a set. So been some fun hands, and Josh has got the Cowboys. The last hand of the session. Everyone going to be wanting to get on break. Is he going to get any action from Gary?
Yep. You can see the clock counting
No, he's
down.
not.
No, we're going to get one more hand in. One more hand, 25 seconds to go. We will see one more hand, and nobody's moved. Afternoon, Aces Kennedy. Alan Dunn says, get them ugly mugs off that side. Get them off.
Afternoon, Aces Kennedy.
Afternoon. Luton calling.
You've joined us just as we're about to go on a break. 15-minute break. We will be back at 1:45 for the next session.
Will. And we look forward to it.
Sorry, 2:45.
1:45. Did you say 1:47?
Kings and aces.
Kings,
Look, last 2 hands.
what's happening here? Josh, who's had a re-entry. Everybody else is getting out of the way. You might want to see a flop.
No, he weren't at the table.
He's
Tower.
decided I'm not even at the table.
Yep.
He's gone.
He was
He's
already
having a
gone.
chat with the bottle washer. The pot washer's already waiting for him. And that should be it.
Well, Isaac likes to see a lot of flops.
No, that is it. Gary says no thank you.
No, there it is. There it is.
Ah.
Isaac said, knew he'd be in, whatever he's got Tower, what we've seen so far.
I don't need a break, he
And there we
says.
are, 10-3. 10-3.
Yes.
He's flopped the flush draw.
Better to win.
No, no chance. It's going to go bet call. There, look how quick that call was from Isaac. He beat Josh into the pot with the 10-3 of diamonds. Ooh, that is just the check mark with aces full on the turn.
Check,
Check, check. Looking for a diamond to get paid, but it's the 3 of spades. And now a bet from Josh. Going to be a quick fold from Isaac. We are on a 15-minute break, guys. We will be back at 2:45. We will see you then.
See you then.
Table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think in my opinion he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because well, yeah, I mean his record would be right up there, and he I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him, and his attention to detail and stuff was really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. It like I'd make a big bluff or something and I'd go to mock my cards and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye and he'd have a little smile on his face and he'd go, you were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie? And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around, like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money and the rest chopped it, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No, well, the final table, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah. September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
Frustrating.
very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into the bubble at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Midi and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Midi put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Midi's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
Yeah. But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah, so 2017. It's like 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So
Yeah.
I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these?
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped it 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no!
Really
well, this is you're about to say something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then yeah, that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though, and it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them. To be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's just that's really what I play poker for. To be honest, like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with ace queen against Sam Grafton's ace king, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, back.
back. We're back. Who we got, Jay? Who we got? Tell us who we've got round this table.
Good little feature table coming up. Second session of the day. In 1 is going to be Matt Palmer. In 2, Rennie Z. In 3, Din Fan. In 4, Claire Hullett. In 5, Martin Frey. In 6, Chris Cunliffe. In 7, Keith Miller. And in 8 is Tom Hall.
Andy Wright is watching in Dubai, drinking a cocktail in the sunshine. Afternoon, Andy. Watching on Facebook. It's amazing what you can do these days with technology.
Good afternoon, Andy.
Sat watching in Dubai with a cocktail in hand.
You can get subtitles on Facebook as well now.
Yeah, and it understands Yorkshire. Now then, your cook, how that doing?
It's great as well because one of our close pals, he's deaf and he's never been able to watch a live stream before until this year, and now he can watch it with a subtitle.
amazing.
So yeah, it's great. It's really, really good.
Hiya, Dave. David Clark will see us tomorrow. Son of former champ David Clark, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago. Dave Clark, we're good to see you, my friend. Good to see you at the tables, and we'll shake hands.
Good afternoon, Alex. Afternoon, all watching while working from home. Perks of the job, no cocktail here though. So Keith raising it up straight away, finds the big slick. Martin with the ace-10. Here comes the defend.
You can always make a cocktail if you sat at home, to be fair.
Not a good flop though. Had a terrible turn as well.
Likely one that Keith doesn't choose to continue on this particular board, but unfazed by the 865 after getting a defend from the big blind. Just comes in for a 1.2k continue over half pot, and that should be job done. Can't see Martin putting another penny in this one.
It's only a small one.
Does have backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight possibilities, but shows the ace of diamonds and he's out of there.
Actually, 2 aces. I mean 2 aces.
Yeah.
Not 1 ace. Okay.
It's freezing cold again.
I'm quite happy there wasn't an ace there.
We'll see Martin Frey back on the feature.
Between us.
Was in Coventry. Former champion from Coventry as well.
Yes, please. Have a strong tea, please.
Yes.
Just with the stirrer. Oh. Thank you very much.
Red, 800.
Would you like any more drinks?
Lemonade, please.
Lemonade. Ice and lemon?
Yes, please.
What's happening here?
Claire's got
Claire,
the
Claire,
boots.
Claire. The old boots. Hey up. What's happening here? Well, oh, she's got an ace.
I've got the ace of hearts.
She just said I've got the ace of hearts. That must finish the aggressive action, does
Only
it?
saw cards down that end.
Still can't see down that end, she says. She does apologise. So she said,
When you got the ace of hearts showing, the king 7 deuce
No,
diamonds
it's
flop.
one way of playing. I'm going to go 11.
I don't think she should be able to bet.
Could be really good for me with bearing in mind I've got the ace of
I
hearts.
don't think she can bet. I think that should be taken back. She can't do aggressive action, can she?
No, she's not meant to be, I think. Queen 10's folded.
Yeah,
but
right, it doesn't get any action to be there. Show the other one, just for... No, show the other one. I don't think there should have been any aggressive action there, but nothing was done about it, so it all ended peacefully.
It's not the flop.
When you show
It's
one
not the
card.
flop I wanted
You
to see,
have to
really, to
then
write, like, you know,
be the
there's
responder, not the
a
aggressor.
million other flops I can make that move with.
But you did a bet.
You know she's capped to 1 pair though.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but you
no,
checked
no.
first.
He checked and I bet.
Thanks, Brad.
If I couldn't bet,
Probably not the
I
time to
can't
do it.
explain. Yeah.
It's tough to work out.
You have to be the...
Sure, that's the rule, but
Got some sort of feeling in the past or somewhere.
Anyway, it all ended peacefully.
Yeah, it's done.
She didn't mean to do it, so she thought everybody had folded.
Back in the day, when we first looked at that, would have been a folding hand.
Unless
You would have been,
there's
that would have been folding
another
right.
thing
You
that-
can't quite get made.
Yeah. I
The
remember.
lady-
Dan the man says, I think she's allowed to bet there.
You basically
Yeah,
can't do
but I
anything.
just think.
Is it because he checked in seat one first?
No, I think Carl's just forgot about the rule there,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, because usually when people expose cars, it's both of them exposed, then you lose your aggressive action. But
So
the
it-
ruling-
so
the
it should have
ruling
gone check,
states-
check.
Yeah, the ruling states if you do show your hand, whether it be one card or two hands, while there's still other players in the pot, you lose all aggressive actions. So you can only call or fold. That is what the ruling should be. But it's just slightly saying that it happens. We'll just get on with it. We're going to move on.
You can only call, yeah. Basically, you can't
Yeah,
bet.
well, I did bet, and the dealer didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And he chose to fold and the hand's over, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about that hand now. I'm just saying,
No.
because otherwise it happen again, and we don't know they're you.
If it happens again, I'm sure somebody will shout, floor! Which you should always do if you're a little bit unaware of what the proceedings should be.
I didn't think of it at the time, but it is the right way.
Chris,
So when he checked,
3-betting the ace queen out of the small, facing button open.
Yeah.
Nice size in choice. And Martin not in the king 10.
yeah, but what with the whole hand, he didn't explain.
For the whole hand, yeah, I think so. That's because I remember.
Tom Hall in C8 was on the last final table last time we was here for a 1K in Luton, come fourth for £21,660.
I didn't realise at the time, but afterwards I.
He's not bad, that Tom Hall.
No, he's
Just keep out for his name, won't you?
He is a
Just keep
player.
watching for him.
He has got some resume talent, not just live online as well.
He has indeed. He's a bit of a biggie, is our Tom. Bradders must have an afternoon off. How you doing, chef?
Cook. He's cooked Brad until we get any
10
food
minutes
brought in.
away in Luton, nothing. Not even to come seat team or anything. Nothing. I can't believe it.
Right, and he hasn't got any cards this time.
You got a chance to redeem yourself in London. You're only 10 minutes away from London.
You and me again, is it?
Right, last time.
One over card here for the sevens on Jack 3-4, 2 hearts. So if I'm clear, going to be continuing this. Just want to deny equity, 2 over cards. Happy to take the pot down here as she does.
Not the kind of games he did in the past.
Well, I would like to still be sitting outside crying that he had aces against our kings.
I'd never be crying.
Sorry, darling?
I'd never cry.
The London dates have been set. The 21st of November is when we'll be back down for the final event of the season. 21st of November, the lads will be down in London.
Raise 5. Raise 500.
Chris making it 5 with the ace-5 suited in the cutoff. That here, 4-3 in the big. Probably going to defend this one, no. Going to let it go, which is fine.
Afternoon, the carpet catcher.
That's the AC tune. Next time get AC.
Afternoon, Tower J and the chat family.
How are you doing, carpet catcher?
Don't you, carpet catcher? Yeah, full dates to be announced for London very shortly. Over the weekend, we'll have the full festival schedule.
Yeah, you can choose to make a special
We will find out
notification.
all the events this weekend once a couple of boxes have been ticked.
Good afternoon, Bowie Effect. Tuning in.
All right.
Nice little table for the second session of the day. Some
Indeedy,
notables
indeedy.
on this one.
I don't know if anybody knows in the background there's Steph Boyd, the mole, as he was called online years ago, moved over to Thailand a few years ago. He's having a major operation on his eyes this weekend. And he said it might be his last post. I know if you know Steph, you'll know the story. He's obviously had poor eyesight for a number of years, but he's hoping for a change of luck. So Steph, if you're watching, he moved over to Thailand quite a few years ago. Massive. He was one of the biggest rakers in online poker in the early days.
Was he?
Massive. He was an enormous player. He was one of the biggest rakers back in the day, 10 years ago plus. Always did the circuit, that's why we met him. And he's having a major operation this week. So good luck, Steph. Hope things go really, really well for you.
What? Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Just a shame we won't be able to see you in Blackpool. He was always in Blackpool, they always did Manchester, and they travelled around, and obviously he got the VIP stuff from the online guys because he was a massive player. He was a great guy, and laugh, flipping egg. He could tell a joke. So funny, old Steph. Good to see them in the background. I know a lot of people say they need changing, and they do. We'd like to change them every week, but obviously, for production-wise, they take an absolute age to get them done, and it's time issues and stuff like that. But I just love it to look in the background just to see them. I know it's a bit repetitive if you are watching for 12 hours a day, but I think they're brilliant.
Afternoon, Pavla.
Yes, afternoon.
I'm new to Grosvenor Events. Is the event at Leeds one that attracts more casual players? Well, to be honest with you, the Leeds buying smaller than this one, the 750 buy, and this is 1250.
Yeah.
So it probably will attract a few players that this one won't. But what I've seen so far.
Edinburgh was the same as Leeds, wasn't it? To be fair.
But this year on the tour, I just think I see the same faces. Whether it's be a 750, whether it be a 1K, seeing very similar faces every event.
Yeah.
I just think there's a good 50% of each field that will come and support every main event.
Yeah, they do get some good followings, and obviously for the casual player, if you want a satellite into the events, it's definitely the way to go. Brand new satellite starting tonight. The cash out satellite at 9 PM. Start with 15k, end up with 150k, and you get yourself a seat. We're watching out for that later, but yeah, satelliting in, using online for tokens to satellite into events as well. Always a good way.
It's an interesting one here for Tom Hall Tower. Opened the Jack 9 in the cut-off perfectly fine, and then opted to call the raise after being opted to raise top pair on the King Queen 5 board. And because of the price he was getting with position, Tom made the call, potentially try and take it away from being on a later street. Obviously equity to a straight as well in terms of our gut shot. I'm very intrigued to see whether Tom's going to barrel this spot on the end here, Tower. We'll have some Queen X potentially. The thing about this spot as well, Din should never have a Queen here, Tower. There's no hands that Din's going to raise flop with unless it's Queen 5 or King Queen that are going to have a Queen in it. So like perhaps targeting some counterfeited King 5 here and some potential King X if he is coming in for a third barrel, which it looks like he is doing. It's a bomb, Tower. It's an absolute bomb of a bet. 25k into 11. And
literally put Din all in.
Yeah, and this is basically just knowing exactly where he's at in the hand. The best hand Din's ever going to show up with here is a King. Like King 5 has been counterfeited. You expect him to continue with his King Queen, Queen 5 on the turn a lot of the time. He might incorporate a check-in, but Tom just absolutely attacking that range of hands, and that's exactly what he's done. He just knows where he's at. He knows the King's going to have a harsh time calling this one, and Tom Hall making moves early on up to 52k. I love to see stuff like that, Tower. Like when you see recreationals go 2x pot on the river, it's just never a bluff, but with competent, good players balanced in them spots, they can have bluffs, they can have value, and just went to town on the King X. That thing looked like he had in that particular situation.
If you're staying the cash out and trying to get up to 300,000, do you get 2 tickets? No. Once you've got 150,000 and your chip stack has been counted, you're out the door with a ticket.
Afternoon, Temple. Hi, Tower and Jade was briefly on your table on the 30-30 Friday night, the craziest table ever, chips flying every hand. I don't want to talk about Friday night. We will write that one off. But that was some...
Is that when you got terried?
I got terried. I had 310k going into the last session of the day at blinds 500, 1500, and did not make day 2. And Terry Jordan took every single one of my chips tower.
Oh my
He
days.
took every single one. Ruined me. Sent me to the cleaners.
Wow.
Absolutely ruined me. And yes, Chiesa, lady in seat 2, is one of our regulars on the tour. Renee,
Yeah.
she supports almost every leg.
From second in Leeds as well, hasn't
Yeah,
she?
she did.
In years gone by.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of her at future events. Din's going to do some chips. What a action river this is. And if I'll go massive here if I'm Keith Tower. Oh, he's only gone small. He's gone 3.6. Keith's sitting there with a stone cold Nutter Butters, and Din, after leading into us, can quite easily have a 7, which he's probably not going to fold. So if I'm Keith there, I'm probably going to size up much more of our Queen Jack. 7 going to have a really tough time folding on that board, but I did just for over 3x and got the snap call from Din. But I think potentially we can go 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10k in that spot. Times our opponent has a 7, they're going to have a tough time folding. The one push is piping up.
Jay fired so many bullets over the weekend, he's known as Rambo in Hertfordshire. Brilliant. Last person eliminated before the break was Albert Sapiano. Guess who the first person eliminated in level 3 was?
Who?
Albert.
Really?
Yes. Oh dear, he must have still been spewing from the last end of the last session. Albert departs, and then probably the first hand of the session gets eliminated again.
And yes, that is Chris Cunliffe, Donna.
It is.
C6.
Indeedy, indeedy.
It's in open from Tom Hall, makes it 500, 7, 8 of hearts. Leon with the ace-5 suited going to make the call.
I wonder who's listening to. But it's not Leona Lewis.
Where'd that even come from? That
I don't
was
know,
like
just-
the most random artist ever, just plucked it out the air. Leona Lewis.
It won't be.
Whatever happened to her?
Went to West End.
Did she?
Yeah, it's on West End now.
So Tom turning a boat with his 7, 8 of hearts. After check and flop, definitely going to be coming in for a bet now. Don't want to give a free one to our opponent. Leon just sitting here with ace-5. Going to make the call. Don't want to hit a 5, needs an ace. It's the jack of spades on the river. Now Tom probably going to come in for a small bet here to potentially try and get a hero from ace high. And also what we do, we protect ourselves against the jack X that Leon can have the time that he raises us on the river. We can just come in for a small bet and fold. And Tom's gone really small here. I really like the way Tom plays. Just the thought process in every situation, and he's been called by ace high there. Nice hand from Tom.
Good to see Leon Campbell back at the tables. Had a fantastic run 3 or 4 years ago. I think he had 3 or 4 final tables in about 7 events. It was a really good year. Guys, not running the stream on YouTube today. I can't put that on the telly while I'm working. Nick, it's on.
It's on, Nick.
Nick Danley, it is on.
It is on
because
YouTube.
my mate next door, Mr. J. Harwood, is watching it right now. Is it in the normal section?
Yeah, it was literally, if you go to the homepage,
YouTube
it should just be there.
/GUKPT, and it should be there. Find it, Nick, because the man sat next to me has got it on right now. He's also got the Twitch open just for the chat. Make sure everybody's chatting away nicely. Let us know when you find it, Nick. It is definitely on YouTube.
Give it a tap when you want it.
Raise 700.
Don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on Twitch for all Grosvenor poker related events, all social media updates. When the London schedule comes out, we will send it to you and put it on the screen as well. But that'll be on social over the weekend. Blackpool is already there. Our Blackpool Festival starts on the 27th of October. Make sure you download the Poker Live app to get all the information regarding GUKPT events, plus all your local events, including cash tables. And the cash tables at this moment in time, from 6 till 6 every day in the club, and any club in the country, £245,000. There's a bad beat jackpot, quad twos. I don't think it gets any less, does it?
No.
Don't get any less than quad twos.
I don't think
So
so.
it's gone from quad aces beat all the way down to it's now quad twos.
I like this a lot from Chris here, Tower. Just understanding on this queen turn, it's going to be a high frequency check back for Matthew. He's almost always going to be checking this turn behind unless he has a king himself. So we stop that from happening, come in from the lead, try and get some value from perhaps some two pairs, some club draws in there.
Jim Marlowe says, I always watch on Twitch and YouTube just to spot any differences between the two. Do you think they'll have different cards on YouTube to Twitch? Is that how they're doing it? Numbers up to 89 today. Quieter day in Luton. I think this is the day where everybody just breathes and just has half a day off. It's one of those, isn't it? It's it has been so busy all week. For the last full week, it's been so busy. The numbers have been just incredible again. And today just seems to be that we'll come in later.
Yep. Then in the hijack, ace 8, raise and take. £9 tonight, our cash out satellite, first one ever.
Yes.
Looking forward to that one.
It's 12 quid. I remember it used to be 4 quid.
Raise 600.
No, I got my balls. I paid it.
Nine, 5, 4, 2 spades.
Got a wheel draw here for Leon, backdoor flush draw. Just ace high for Tom, defending in the big blind. And Leon coming straight in for a continue for third pot. Tom with ace high is going to make the call.
Yeah, have it.
We are ahead of some Broadway holdings, hand like Leon has in this particular scenario. So I'm going to call once, see how we proceed. Leon could have potentially double barreled this king on the turn, but
That's a really nice river.
yeah, just gets there with the will. And Tom got enough showdown here to be checking, but once faced with a bet from Leon, be surprised if we come in for a hero here with just ace high. Not much we really beat. There's a snap fold from Tom.
All going along nicely. 89 in the mix. Every time you click it, it goes up. Another couple of entries, making it 91. 10 re-entries so far. Albert Sapiano, the first eliminated in level number 3. The second elimination was Jamie Nixon, who final tabled Edinburgh, who hosted the Pros online game that I took part in last Tuesday night.
Raise 7. No, 7.
Martin C1 raising to 700 under the gun. Rennie's going to go in for a try and see a flop with Jack 9.
Keith finds a hand on the button here. Pocket tens.
Raise 1700.
Looks like a free bet to 1.7. Really small size here from Keith. Would like to see a bit bigger. It just stops after the UTG Open and the +1 call for around 2.5x, just south of that.
Can we not just get that cup of tea off the table?
Oh yeah, go
What's
on.
that all about? Get that tea off the table, man.
And if you've got a dog, you have to show a photo. It's a rule, isn't it? We'll show Dad dog pickies.
So we're going to get called in both spots. Matthew's going to call the ace-jack suited and Rene closing the action here. Jack 9 of hearts. This price on never going to be folded in this one.
I can't have a drink on the table like this. I know there's no tables or something like that really can't be there.
The tens flop best, but Rene with a fair amount of equity here with the Jack 9 of hearts. So expect this one to be checked to Keith, assuming both Matt and Rene are playing in flow. And then Keith with the tens here, one overcard. But as the free better, this board's going to be more favourable for us than both Matt and Rene. Rene now with the Jack 9 of hearts, not going to be going anywhere here.
Absolutely nowhere.
Just under 4-1 on a call. One of these boards I expect her to just flat out. She might choose the raise some of the time, but I like the decision to flat simply because it's king height. Keith's going to have plenty of ace king, king queen.
It did get a little bit heavy, yeah. So come on then, let's start with the really bad granddad jokes. That usually gets you giggling.
Sure.
Someone must have a really bad granddad joke. I'm rubbish. I always give the punch.
I'm
No,
in
I
for a
always give the
second
punch
barrel.
one before the joke. I'm really rubbish.
3.5k here. Like, what are we trying to get called by here with tens? I guess we're charging the flush draws, but after
That's
Rene
why I said
calls here,
granddad jokes. I thought
more
they'd be
often than not.
unoffensive, you know.
should be checking back the tens, unless he just wants to get to showdown cheaply and take the betting lead away from Rene on the river.
You've forgotten it.
Yeah, I've forgotten that. What do you call a woman with a peg leg?
A peg leg.
Rene going to call once more with a flush draw. Jack is also good, unbeknown to her.
What's the grandad part?
Well, because they tend
There
to
it
be
is.
unrude.
Bink on the river.
Binkity binkity bink.
Almost
Renee.
tragic rather than funny.
2 of hearts.
You feel very old saying
She
this.
might be
Why?
sizing up a lead here, Tower.
I'm
Might
grandma.
be thinking Keith, if he has a hand like Ace King in this particular situation on this particular river,
We're all
he's
looking
going to be snap checking and behind, so Rene might take that away from him and come straight in for a lead here with the Jack 9
Cliff, of course,
for that
yeah.
reason. And then we've got one of the easiest folds we'll ever have as Keith. Rene's called us twice.
talk to us about Vegas.
and then Leeds River. Like she's not, like there's no bluffs here. It's a 3-bet pot. Like she can have a king. She might put in a blocker bet with a king. But 10s are just never going to be winning here. We need Renee to float twice with just an air ball, and then Leeds River to not have the best hand here. So there's a snap fold from Keith. Good understanding. Just 10s can never be the best hand on that one, like ever.
April 23rd.
Nice pick up from Renee, finding the flush, getting the job done.
They actually gave me the voucher and £180
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Did they cancel it or did you?
They.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
If I take the cash, I don't get because I took the vouchers they gave
Well,
me.
we've lost a few.
Oh, we lost. Come on. Come on, Grim Reaper. Yes. Yeah, we just said that Jamie Nixon was the second person out in this session. Don't know if he's re-entered just yet, but we'll find out when we go out onto the floor.
Well, Raggy's out the door.
No way.
Yep, James Clark.
Raggy.
Raggy is out the door, and John Walker as well. We've lost him from one of the outer tables.
Has he walked out the door?
Tom, you going to Vegas?
Probably not.
Oh no.
Probably not. If they said today, if there was on the news today
So
and they
mate,
said
so for Chris in the hijack.
November, they said November.
They
said the 6th of November.
From November.
Yeah.
I've heard some of the
No,
Rumours
it
of
didn't
war.
say days. It's just say from
Leon here in
November.
small, quite a nice easy 3-bet. Somewhere around the 2.5k remit. Out of position here, I would like to see.
So
It
they
says
say
it and then
it's
it's
from
wrong, yeah.
November, but they haven't actually
You're talking
released
about
the date, so it
Caribbean.
could be changed.
Not so much a joke, more of
It
a
could say any date.
reality.
it won't come before
There it is, 2.5
It's
from
definitely,
Elise.
but when it's going to say by the close to November, they say
With Chris here in position, this particular hand, this deep,
yeah.
definitely going to be calling this one. But no, he takes the tighter approach. Obviously did have Keiths behind us.
First year I went, I was 19.
Versus 3-bet over, don't mind taking flops in position with hands like 7, 8 suited, 10, 9 suited, 8 suited. These hands with really good playability, and we've got position as well.
We've been there a few weeks.
And the way they react against some of these 3-betters range that isn't pairs like the Ace Queen, the Ace King, the King Queen, these hands are actually not going to be shy of 40% equity going to the flop. We've got position as well. Yes, there are times we've got the reverse implied odds there against the overpairs. The time we make hands like top pair, just thought better of that one. Just not wanting to get involved.
On the beach in a
We call
bikini.
there, it's going to be 6k
And
in
then
the
paying
pot.
for me to stay. But anyway, that's
Afternoon,
it.
Danny on Twitch.
The point is, I decided I couldn't have a hot Christmas. It just wasn't going to be right.
Afternoon, Alex on YouTube.
So as Christmas was coming round, I decided that I was going to come home. But being 19, you've got to get the last hour out of it, haven't you?
Then, limping the old Jack 6 suited under the gun.
Well, half an hour. Because fortunately, one of my cousins worked for the airline. So,
I've turned up like 20 minutes before a flight before and got on. It's crazy sometimes.
I know.
Yeah, it's
So,
insane.
there we are at this beach nightclub.
Got a question asking when the bounty starts on Saturday. That starts at 4 p.m. The bounty tournament kicks off at 4 p.m.
Well, no, but you've kicked them off, you know what I mean? And,
Late reg on that, I believe, is 2 hours, so plus the 15-minute break. So late reg up to 6:15 on Saturday if you want to flick in the bounty.
And it's going to be like sub-zero
When you get off the plane, yeah.
So I'm there
Martin
and
gets a
idiot.
lovely flop here, not flush draw, overcard to the board.
It's like the
With
opposite.
virtually no clothes on.
After Din and the open up, and Din, who decided to limp call the Jack 6 under the gun. Not much there for him.
Moisture, it's just, I can take the dry heat, it's the moisture that...
Me, remind you of someone now rubbish. Trust me, they've broken Mulgan, they won't know. Most are grateful.
We are just tuning in. This is level 3 of the day. Day 1A here in Luton. It's the main event. Live coverage all the way through till late Sunday when we crown the champion eventually.
I'm actually
These early
thinking about
levels
this skill.
don't see too much action
No, you didn't know.
unless
You better
got
get
I knew
certain
your dad was Antigua.
player on the table who creates it, or if two big hands
In
come
the
live,
eyes.
there is a call up.
Actually, it's the forehead.
For him.
Seriously, when
These levels are very good for sort of sizing up your opponents, seeing their tendencies, how they play, how you can potentially exploit that later on in the day.
What do you mean? Well, you got the forehead. You must be losing.
And the buy-in is 1100 plus 150, Alex.
Crazy, isn't it?
That is actually crazy.
Yeah.
Your father was well known then.
Sorry.
Your father was well known.
Not him particularly, but his family. Because my granddad was a security guard at the docks, and they had this
Box again.
alley. No,
And
the
we
docks.
just lost another one. We will
Docks.
let you all know about the outer tables when we are losing players. Steve Jelinek, our champion in Coventry, is out the door. Sure we'll see him flick back in.
Just used as like a lover's light. So whilst he was on duty one
But our total entries so far today now up to 109, 96 entries, 13 re-entries, and 96 uniques. Good to see.
T-Boy's here.
Oi, oi.
T-Boy's here.
That's what we like.
I've
Thank you.
just heard something at a table that I've never heard in my life before.
Go on.
Ever.
Story time.
Ever.
he got an MBA.
And it's got nothing to do with poker, and it's got nothing to do with anything else apart from a drink.
Is that how you know you saw it?
Can I have tea?
The NBA painted your
5.
forehead.
What, sugars?
Yes.
Yeah. That's it.
5 sugars?
Exactly. And I had to stop. And I went, what, you having 5 cups of tea? No, tea, 5 sugars. Never heard it in my life before, ever. Whew.
There you go. That's
Bouncing
fine.
off the walls later. They keep drinking cups of tea today.
Tea, 5. Anybody else said that? Anybody?
Dog.
Ever?
Only I think she's blonde, whereas
Is
I'm
it a dog or a
brown.
child?
So Rene attacking Matt's limp here. Would much prefer to see an open from Matt with a king 10 suited.
Oh, okay.
But Rene
I thought
attacks the
it was more
limp,
dog.
comes in for the raise. And probably wants to be continuing here on this board. I know we can see it's not going to work, but Ace Jack 4, once we do raise the 9-8 off, never a bad thing to come in for one bet with the bottom of our range. And if we do get called, a lot of the time it's just going to be shut down central, unless we pick up some sort of equity on the turn.
Travelling through Europe, they're in Czech
And Keith,
Republic right now.
with his Queen High flush draw, actually the best hand.
Actually, that is the
Driving.
Capital.
King of clubs on the turn.
It brings in the Broadway draw as well for the Queen Deuce of Hearts, and not going to be going anywhere. Keith, if Rennie does decide to double barrel this, but might just see her give up in this particular scenario. So I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, Hyman.
Looks like yeah, she has checked.
It's good as well.
I like the decision to give up when she's actually rivered the best hand here.
Rivered the 9.
Nice.
Well,
I love that.
picked up a little bit of showdown. We do beat heart draws.
Did a camper run out of that, but had someone do it.
I think it's very hard to think how we're going to win this pot, and it looks like she's going to come in for a bluff here, maybe try and target a jack specifically, and gets the job done. Did have the best hand after that river. It's Keith
Right?
not calling with a queen high.
I had the lovely transport one.
The rest of the festival for Luton is
There we
there.
are.
That's what's coming up. We've done all the minis, the mains, the Omaha, the satellites. There's one more satellite tonight, as you can see. Tonight, £130 in, 9 o'clock. The cash out satellite. We can't wait to watch it. It's going to be very interesting to watch it unfold. First time a GUKPT and anywhere else has, I think, have run it. 15,000 starting stack, get up to 150, so 10x. Walked away with a seat.
Great.
Oh, I love it.
Great. I love it as well. I'd like to play it myself.
Yeah. The rest of the festival is main event tomorrow twice. Main event 60-minute clock for day 1B, and day 1C the turbo starting at 9. I expect a full card room all day tomorrow. The cash action going on as well. £245,000 in the Bad Beat jackpots from 6 PM in every club in the United Kingdom.
And you don't even need to be sat at, well, you do need to be sat at the table, you don't need to be sat in the club that
That's
it's run.
right.
If you're playing in Scotland, it goes in Southampton, you're going to get a slice of that prize pool. So all you got to be doing is be sat at a cash table.
Yeah.
I mean, 4, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be all right. It has to be no limit as well. So yeah, that's on. The bounty is on tomorrow, and the seniors on the Sunday, as well as the £200 closer, or the £200 last event, and the closer online is on Monday. If you want to play a bit of online poker, 25,000 guarantee for that one. But that is what is left here in Luton.
Shane says on the live app it's 6 p.m. for the bounty, but he'll go with 4 p.m. Yeah, it is 4 p.m. the bounty starts.
It says 6 p.m. on the app, does it?
I'm not sure why it's saying 6 p.m. on the app. We'll get that changed as soon as possible to not cause any confusion.
So we're going to get confirmation before we change it.
Well, it says it on the website as well, Tara. The schedule on the website.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if it is at 6. But
Well, we need to change the app then, and we need to inform the guys that the app is incorrect as it stands. So the bounty, yeah, it does say 6 o'clock on the app. I'll go and tell the guys right now. Hopefully, get it changed within the hour. Thanks for that, Shane. Shane Elliott watching on YouTube with the information. I'm not going for tea this time, and I'm hoping I'm not going to hear T5 ever again.
Okay, no.
Yeah, I always kind of like kick
No. Great.
It's okay. It's just a deck issue again, of course.
Had to like have it weird because to be in the Volkswagen, look, you had to have it.
Calf open from Din, and sorry, under the gun open from Keith, and Din going to flat the ace-8 in the cut-off. Queen 4 deuce 2 hearts. A lot of the time this pot going to be going the way of Keith, but doesn't have to c-bet on this one. Just chooses to check behind. 4 on the turn. Check once more. 3 hearts on the river, so doubt Keith's going to start firing now. So ace high, Din going to take this one down.
taking it back. I remember those ads every day. Wow. Look at that floor.
Yeah. Double bed and then bed at the top.
Yeah.
Gas cookers, fridges. I didn't think that, the roof alone was £5,000. They was doing it for 3.5 and they couldn't get it, and then they said, no, you've got to wait 3 months, or do you want the more expensive, the better stuff, and that was fine. So,
You wanted it then. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very popular.
Having a camper van in the casino car park. It's not
Mine,
Running across the bottom of the screen there, you'll see the great promotion that the team have put on. Free to play, 40k to be won during the promotion. There's 7 tournaments. We've had 2 now already. 5 more free rolls remain in there on Wednesdays. Get an invite if you do manage to ship the free roll. We had 1,800 runners yesterday in the live free roll. 1,800. If you are lucky enough to win that, get an invite to the Vic. David Hay will be there. It's an 8-man sit and go. Yourself, 6 other opponents and him. 20k added for that one, and it is going to be live streamed as well, so get a chance to sit and play on the featured table. Really looking forward to that in just over a month's time at the Vic.
It's in the back left corner.
Look, Manchester, did you go to Manchester?
Yeah.
Opposite Manchester, he had one with the burgers in there.
Yeah, fish and chips.
You fish and
Whole
chips,
fish
didn't
and
they?
chips, it's brilliant.
And he had seats upstairs.
Afternoon, Saundala.
Really did a good job.
Decent food as well.
Eh?
Good food.
Probably working hard right now
I'm from Manchester way, so it's like...
with your feet up.
What did he call it? He called it
Oh, what's it actually called now?
He was really good.
It's
a whole
cheaper
thing.
than
It's a whole
high street shop as well, isn't it? I would have thought.
He was really good.
Cool. Cool.
Hotel prices have gone through the roof.
Why?
I think it's just like they know they can
All
charge
aboard the
more.
limp train.
Oh, really?
Ding kicks us off with the 10-9 suited. Claire's going to come in with a 6-4 suited. Keith's got the King Deuce of Spades. Tom's going to have slam dunk squeeze here with the 10s after this limp fest in front of him. Makes it 1.3. And doubt Din's limping this one to fold. Wow, he is. He's going to limp fold the 10-9 suited. And Claire looks like she wants to get involved with the 6-4 of spades. She wants to see a flop. And then Keith in the small here going to be out of position on every street. Just going to let the king deuce go.
That's what I was going to say. GUKPT Leeds, the hotels are like 250, 300 a night. Leeds. That's absolutely fucking mad.
I had to travel. I just couldn't move.
Queen Jack 6 rainbow. So does catch bottom pair here, Claire. Tom's still with the best of it. 2 overcard star pocket 10. So I'm going to check this one. Claire snap checks behind. 7 of diamonds on the turn. And Claire firing now with her bottom pair, bet 700. It's not going to get the job done. Tom can't fold here, getting 5.5 to 1 in his money. Yes, there's 2 overcards, 2 R10s, but we're going to have to call once getting this price. Don't need to be right too often to make this a good call. There is the flicking. May have to be folding on rivers though if Claire does come in for a barrel when it's the Jack of diamonds. Just check, and the 10s of Tom takes it up to 55k. You're going to be one of the early chip leaders in this tournament, almost 3x starting.
Regarding Shane Elliott saying, is it 6 o'clock or 4 o'clock with the bounty? We'll pass it on to Geordie Mike, who's running the floor. He's going to get confirmation from Jim, and we'll go with whatever time he tells us.
Was it worth it?
The only problem regarding 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock is that if people have only got the app as social media and they don't have social media, then and they turn up at 6 o'clock for the game and they've already missed out 4 levels, it's easier to keep it at 6 than to change it to 4 to make everybody know. Because if your only way of knowing is the Poker Live app and it says 6 o'clock and you ain't got social media and you don't get to the club until 5 to 6, then it says 6 o'clock on the club sheet. So we'll get 100% confirmation very shortly.
Yeah, I just got my beats.
If you are playing the bounty, we'll let you know. Good side event, the bounty. Good side events. People do like the bounty.
Just take advantage, don't they? Where they can.
Claire opening the ace jack in the low jack. Chris going to flat the deuces in the cut off, and Leon flicking in the defend with the 10-7.
King 4-10.
Leon flopping the best of it. Claire not opting to continue here with her Broadway draw. And that leaves room for Chris to fire. We'll have plenty of King X here. Calling in the cut-off. King Queen, King Jack, King 10. King 9 suited might even be a fixture. So Claire opting to check call this one and gets instant service on the turn.
Beautiful.
Ace of clubs. And Chris not going to fire on this one, aware that it's going to hit Claire's range fairly often. So opts to check. Looks like he's going to bluff at this here. Maybe targeting a hand like Jacks, Queens, 9s, 8s, 7s. Bet 1.6, and Claire just never folding this one. Tower out of the way this hand's played.
We have been here before.
Yes, the backdoor flush comes in, but kind of irrelevant in this spot. Maybe King X of clubs is the only backdoor flush we're worried about, but the way this hand's played, I'd be very surprised if we see Claire fold here. 3.5 to 1 on the call. He's going to pay it off. Chris says nice call, shows her the deuces. The ace jack of Claire takes it.
It's like an 11 AM flight from France to be there at like
I can't get in. I can't get in. I can't get in the Hilton car.
Really?
No.
Well, even now, the train's booked.
Grim Reaper's back tower.
Uh-oh. Who have we got now?
Jamie Nixon, another one.
Get out.
Jamie Nixon out twice.
He runs on. He cashed in Edinburgh, doubled his money.
Yeah,
He came fifth.
yeah, Jamie Nixon.
Unlucky, Jamie.
Going to be
You
firing
can
again.
do it. Come on.
Sure we'll be seeing him having another go.
The hotel itself, the 5-star part, I've never been, but apparently the 3 and 4-star.
It's nice to see Chris in the hijack.
Yeah. I've been there.
I wanted to stay in the
Actually.
Right, Cypher's coming down for the seniors. Road trip from Sheffield to Luton.
Yeah, but
Being Charlie says his man's in Chesham. Where's Chesham?
yeah, in the back.
Chesham. I've heard the name.
What do you mean they
Can't place it on the map.
and they wanted to.
And then a trip over to the seniors. I'll see you Sunday for the seniors, Roy.
What night?
Chris here facing this free bet from Tom Hall. Hijack versus Button. Chris will be aware Tom's more than capable of not having a hand in this spot. You have a whole host in his free bet range. Late position versus late position. Going to make the call with a suited ace. See a flop. They are out of position.
They are quite limited, and then they are in demand. So
King Jack 8.
Yeah, lovely flop this here for Tom. Top pair, top kicker for us.
actually, if you've never been, it's actually quite difficult to get.
Comes in for a small continue. Looks like 1100.
Like drive, take car, like
That will be enough. Chris gets out of the way. Maxie says, I want to play GUKPT. I've never been to a Grosvenor casino before. How long will it take to reg? Will I need a driver's licence as ID? If you've never been to a Grosvenor before, yeah, you'll need some ID to sign up at the front desk. Once you're signed up, you'll get your membership card, and then it's easy as walk into the poker room, go into the cash desk, give them your card, they'll buy your money, and you'll be straight in the tournament.
Yeah, photo ID needed on first. You'll get yourself a G1 card. Put it in your wallet, and every time you play a tournament, just give them the card, and it scans and it shows you. So they don't need to keep asking you for who you are, what your name is, and obviously you need to be 18 or over to get into a casino in the United Kingdom, and I'm guessing it's around the world as well.
21 in America, ain't it?
20, oh of course, yeah, 21.
Yeah, that's it.
It's the
And weirdly enough, you can't even stand and watch if you're under 21. They hate it. The security are on you like, oof. Watching anything if you're underage.
How nice it is there now.
did they actually make
Yeah, I remember they're really.
I'm not sure if the table mic is too loud for everybody else. Well, Paul, we'll check it.
I'll have a little listen.
Have a listen.
I'll listen for the light.
Get your headphones on and have a listen. I'm not sure if the table mic is too loud for everybody else. We don't usually have it on too loud, but if it is, it's just one of those that we might have to just turn it down slightly at the next break if the table mic is a little bit too loud. So one form of ID is all you need. Yeah, it needs to be photo ID on your first visit. And then get your card and in you go. Normally takes about 15 minutes. I would say from start to finish. You'll get yourself signed in for the first time ever. And then every time you turn up, just bring your G1 card and they'll just sign you in. Stick it in your wallet.
King's here for Chris. Rennie defending the Jack 3 suited in the big blind. We've seen a flop. It went check bet call. That's why, because Rennie flopped the flush draw. She turned a gut shot to go with that flush draw here. And Chris, as Tower says, always an ace on the flop when you got kings. That is what's happened here. But kings are the best hand. I doubt Renee will fire at this one. Just expect this one to go check, check, and Chris take it with the kings. He's not going to bet rig up, not getting called by worse. Well, no, Rennie has fired at it. She has come in for a bluff here, and it's an interesting spot here for Chris Cunliffe because, like, this 5 shouldn't be a hand that Renee should ever have. Like, it's hard for her to have 5x unless she's got some sort of wheel draw, suited wheel draw, and backdoor trips.
He was really taking the
But
piss.
club
He was trying to
draws
power
are obviously the main bluff here in Chris's mind. I can't actually remember because we've got no graphic this hand if he had the king of clubs or not in his hand. But the thing is, as well, is he might expect Renee to check call an ace. A lot of her ace X here, he may think she's probably going to check call them, and does pay it off. And a good call from Chris, snap mark from Renee. A nice call from him. It was kings versus jack 3 on ace 9 deuce. 2 clubs come running 5s. So the kings were best. Renee turning jack high into a bluff. Sorry about the graphic there, guys. They will be back next hand.
No, I know. I know what. And then I looked at the pot. I was thinking, it can't possibly win check 10. He went check 5. Fold, didn't it? Yeah. And then I told him it's too late. Yeah, she's such a good pot.
Well, just in general, I know what's his name's gone as well, Frankie.
I took Rasta to Manchester.
Did you?
But it definitely,
I really like that guy.
no.
He was actually a sweetheart. I feel like.
He had his usual run all the way down there. I don't need a match, I don't need this, all the way down there. And then 8 days later,
Yeah, it all becomes.
Leon Campbell in seat 9 with the 10s.
How old is he?
really surprised that came out in this car on the way down.
Folding all the way around to the big blind who's going to defend with king 8.
Really good for his age.
Yeah, I thought it was
I would have put it
Ace, Jack, Queen.
he really did. I mean, yes.
Broadway draw.
Yeah.
Not the best flop for 10s, like ever.
All the overs, all the overs.
Character winning.
You're just always happy. You never like thought of bad energy. It's always just positive.
I'll check this again here as Leon. We're not denying equity to anything on this particular board. We want
Polish chap for the TD as well.
just like to see a check.
You know, he always
Now maybe coming for like a 1 big blind bet, big blind, or maybe that Leon
just not over.
takes it with a 10s.
Probably recognise him.
He died on the golf
Really?
4 weeks ago. Yeah.
Not bad way.
What, 2 days?
About 4 weeks ago.
It's not. You're doing something you
So
love.
we've got 3 minutes left on the clock before we move into level 4 of the day. We're flying through today, Tower.
We have.
Now, I just want to die.
Yeah, but it's been pretty active as well.
Shot in my sleep. That's fine.
It was just refreshingly straightforward. I think that's why I found it funny.
Yeah.
No beating around the bush, it was just
Maybe too straightforward. A lot of people say that.
No, I don't think
Fuck them all.
I don't think
Burn
this
them
is
all.
straight. Ban them.
Boring. You mean you don't like play later? Where's what you showed us, wasn't it, last time you went off with us? I don't want to go into that. I'm just psychic.
Wow. Give me out.
Tom raises to 500, ace king, suited. Coming in with a king jack.
He could potentially 3-bet this one versus Tom. I actually prefer 3-betting this versus Tom, but he's going to make the flat. I know Tom would have come straight back with a 4-bet. Saw him open Jack 9 off from late position. Like, obviously the king jack suited, prefer to flat them more often than 3-bet, but the offsuit variety can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. But Leon just happy to see a flop in position on the opener, and Claire defending the deuces in the big blind.
The deuces never loses.
They do in this occasion, Tower, because it's King 10-6 rainbow, and Leon going to lose a few chips here. Tom coming straight in for a continued 3-way. Opts for third pot. Leon got an easy call here. No need to be raising. Just going to call in position, and now Claire's got a really easy fold with the deuces.
All the spades on the turn.
Yeah, great card this for Tom, especially versus the hijack call-in range here. So we want to be coming in for a second streak here. As Tom try and get called by some potential King Queen, King Jack, King 9 suited. Queen 10, 10 Jack, Ace 10, probably going to stick around for one more as well. So there's plenty we can get called by here as Tom, so sizes up 2.4 into 3k. Swaps for around 70% here on the turn. Now Leon here with his King Jack, going to have to call once more versus this opponent, especially because the 4 brings backdoor spades in. Tom can potentially have hands like Ace-X suited that turn backdoor nut flush draw, still be barreling with hands like Queen Jack. Queen Jack's a really good hand to barrel here as a bluff, simply because you've got equity to the nuts both ways. As well, you block some plausible King combos, King Queen and King Jack less likely. So there is the call from Leon after some deliberation. I'd like to see a brick here though on the river and see what Leon's going to do. And there's the 10 of hearts here on the end. And probably can have some 10x here, Leon. Some like Ace 10, Queen 10, Jack 10 that got stubborn. So that's why Tom has checked this. Horrible for us as Tom, we do come in for value and get raised. And Tom going to take this one down with the Ace King.
62,000 in the early stages of day 1-8 for Tom. Player on 10k, short stack at the table.
Blinds going to be 1, 3 and 3.
And the blinds are up. 1, 3. With a 3, and if you fancy 30-30s, there's a couple left this year. This lad's going. This lad's going off to, might be playing Portsmouth next weekend.
I don't know, honestly, I've made a massive error, Tower. I honestly thought Blackpool was the 30-30 kicked off a week today, on Thursday. I've made a massive error. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing for a week.
Golf.
Yeah, probably will get
some golf in,
yeah,
so get some, go and stretch your legs.
The old dear will be happy actually though, because she thought she was only seeing me for one day and then I was off again.
Portsmouth, Berry New Road and Glasgow, and then the week after Blackpool and the week before London, with the final 30-30s of the year and the final points of the NPL, which will get you an updated league this weekend and show you how close it is. Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh for the 30-30s that weekend, and they're the final 2 weekends of the 30-30s. 25-25s will return next year as well, and Walsall will be having one the weekend of the 7th till the 10th of December this year. Or you could even do Dublin. The boys will be over streaming the IPO in Dublin next week. You could even make it over to Dublin. I think the flights are about 18 quid.
Yeah, I might have a look at it. The only thing is, it's a bit short notice. For
Oh, he is like it.
yeah, there's choices now. Obviously, the calendar everywhere around the world will start getting busier as well. We know people are in Vegas. If you know anybody in Vegas, like, keep us updated. We always like to know, because we do get people watching the live stream when they're over in Vegas. Saw Brandon Shields' mum yesterday. Shell was down here. Lovely to see her. He was playing the Omaha. It was great to see it. Yeah, obviously we like people chatting and being a little bit jovial at the tables, but the table mic has been set up a little bit too loudly. It will get changed. PK will be on it, so unfortunately for that 30 minutes from now, then obviously we can't do anything about it because we're on that delay. But the table sound does go down slightly. It went up when we turned it up a little bit earlier. So apologies for the sound, Paul. Oh, we can't talk at a quiz. It's a bit hard doing quizzes in pubs these days because everybody looks on Google and stuff like that, don't they? They all try and cheat. There are some places that do it with the apps, don't they? And so you can't take it off. So if you take it off, you're out, kind of thing.
Oh, really?
It is, I like table talk, yeah, but it is just slightly loud. But we will get it sorted. We do like to see table chat, love it. Laughing and joking at the tables, there's nothing better than that.
Mr. James.
Yeah, everyone's saying it now. Everyone's saying keep it on.
So yes, it is a fine balance between perfection. But it is good to hear the table chatting and jovial again.
It's been like it all week. Like, always the tours we've seen tower. It's just everyone seems to be joking.
It was like it in Edinburgh, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Honestly, Edinburgh was such a fun event. Everybody was just enjoying themselves, drinking at the tables, having a good time.
Kev that was in seat 5 in Edinburgh, he actually just finished his bender yesterday after that. Collecting the Star of Primer glasses.
And as soon as the schedule for next year is released, I think that will be London time. The schedule will be released for next year. We're hoping that all legs plus a couple more will be on the agenda. We've got Goliath, end of August, beginning of September. Cannot wait for that. Getting back to the biggest event in the country and the whole of Europe. It's an enormous event. And we can't wait for it.
So open on the button. Martin's got an ace. Want to be opening all our ace X on the button. Once folded to us, flops top pair on ace jack 9 2 spades. And Chris in the small with king queen. Going to be calling once here tower. Unless Martin chooses an extortionate sizing, but 1.1 into 2.2 opts for exactly half pot. Chris will make the call. King high, nut king high can be the best hand here as well versus button opening range. 5 diamonds on the turn. Wouldn't mind Martin potentially could check this one back, go for his value on the river. Yeah, 2.1 from Martin. Now Chris here with just king high does have Broadway draw, but rightly so gets out of the way. Sorry, Chris is in the small blind then before he's in the big. Martin shows him the ace, says I had it. I had the goods.
I've seen one there for a while, haven't we?
I had to check it twice.
I'll say something, if I free bet this, I'm going to stop right in the
You're going to get one hell of a speech.
Well, I'm going to show you because you're going to see it in a minute anyway.
I was thinking that free flop. If you free bet there, you get a speech, you should.
Wow. Okay.
Winner.
But the Grim Reaper's back.
Oh no, now what news have you got?
We lost 5 players
Get out.
in 4 minutes. Damien Pilkington Lewis, Sim Mellin, Paul Rigg, Francis Abadan and Jonathan Schumann all
Wow.
out the door.
I've not seen Sin.
I think I saw her play in the mini or the 30-30. It was one of them. I did see her here one day during the week. As we've got Renee raising to 7. Keith getting loose in the small 7-8 offsuit.
Yeah, I know, it's weird. We keep going, it goes back
Wants to
and
come
forth.
along. And we've got a bit of action as well because 7-8's flopped and up and down against the top pair, top kicker of Renee.
The heat in London, be there for that.
Going to be c-betting this one
It was
with
like
the
a
ace
million
jack.
degrees at the
Very nice flop for our hand. Backdoor hearts in there as well. Keith, if we're peeling the 7-8 off in the small versus EP open, we're not folding on this flop, that's for
We
sure.
are not getting out of the way just yet.
Feels like an
9 of hearts pairs the board.
Renee does pick up nut flush draw now with the ace jack of hearts. Obviously got to be wary about some 9x that Keith can potentially have calling out the small
Instead of
blind.
turning right to equity, you go straight down that little.
Some of the time that he would have turned trips, but thinking of the hands that he can call with here, there's plenty of hands he's going to be calling with on the flop that we're still way ahead of. King Queen, Queen 10, 10 8s. King 10's in there, some worse Jack X, obviously 7-8 suited we don't expect the 7-8 off, maybe some 6x as well, it's Got a bit sticky.
Makes that call.
5 of hearts, anyone?
Oh, you rotter.
Oh, lovely there for Renee. Just rivers the nuts while losing only to quad 9s. Keith, just 8 high, not going to be able to pay this one off. Now we're just begging he has a 9 as Renee. We're not getting called by anything else. Queen's plus going to 3-bet us pre more often than not.
Just trying to work out what size to go. We know one chip will be too many.
Yeah. I guess the way to think of it, we're never getting called by like the Queen 10s, the 10 8s, the 8 7s. So maybe just go big here, try and target a 9 specifically. Obviously we're chopping with Jack X anyway, but maybe just go big. There shouldn't really be too many ace highs that Keith's ever going to have here, so we can't even really target the ace highs. It's not going to work by like Renee to size up here tower. Really go for it against a 9. Like near pop, it looks like she has gone near pop. I like the sizing choice, yeah, I like it a lot. But in that scenario, Keith out the way he goes with just 8 height.
Level 4 of the day, Luton GUKPT. Welcome one and all, wherever you may be watching. From around the world.
I'll let everybody know that
60-minute dinner break at the end of this level, which will be at 4:45.
Oh, well, looking at, they must have done a deal then today, because it's saying 35, 32.
Wasn't the guy in this in
That's right, yes.
107 playing so far. 107.
35, 32,
107.
Call it.
Really required 43.
Was that the 33rd? How can you just confuse it?
No, this is a mini.
Yeah.
Just happened.
Yeah.
Yes, who finalled this table back in 2008? Wayne Mardell.
Wayne Mardell?
He did indeed.
Hawaii 501.
Yes, indeed he did.
But you had a right fun in the comms box, but there was loads of puns coming in with that one. And
Unfortunately, that was pre-live stream.
oh, was it?
Yeah, we just did videos at the time. We were doing the GUKPT videos at the time, put them all on Nuts TV back in the day. All the videos went up.
We announce it, we'll always say that. So raise the
I had an ace too.
It was good to see.
It was a tube leader on my right. He had a 7 in it, and then the second tube leader had 5.
He said that last time I saw him, we were actually in Blackpool during the World Match Play last year, and he said he'd not played for about 5 years. Rip Cheetah says, what are you two guessing the prize pool will reach?
$500,000.
Yeah, it'd be very close. I was just going a little bit under. I was going to like 470 maybe, 480. And don't forget it's 1100 bikes.
I don't want to see them ever again.
I'm very honest.
Darling, I know you are.
Between 475 and 500,000 I think will be a very good guess.
But for me, it's like I didn't have any hands. I know the blind, so it's 5K. 5K, yeah. The fourth was 11K.
Yeah, we need around 450 runners to make the
I know.
$500,000 mark.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for.
And your line is 480.
Yeah, 480 is the
And
line.
Kev's gone overs.
Yeah, Kev's had the overs.
No, I have more. I have probably about 12.
No, that's I was sure.
I think it was 140 last year for day 1-8. Not last year, obviously 2019.
The calculator.
Day 1-8.
The calculator will tell you to shuffle.
Up to date with how many runners have made it down into Luton. 107 at the minute.
It seems so devastating.
And everybody who's been eliminated, there's been 20 re-entries.
Yeah.
Wow.
60K, 120K.
Already been 20 re-entries.
One round they usually
That's what I'm saying.
And unfortunately, Jamie Nixon's had 2.
Yep, so is Albert, right, Tower?
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah, on his final one, with 2 re-entries max per day.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying it's
So
not
buying
like
in 2 re-entries.
Yeah, no, shallow. It's shoving. Yeah, okay, maybe bad terminology.
And we have just lost Scott Burko and Amanpreet Singh again. So Amanpreet, second bullet, no good for him.
It was
said
13
120,
on day 1. Oh, I see.
And Francis Abadan, who busted less than 7 minutes ago, he's flicked back in and he's out again. What? 7-minute bullet for him. Wowzers. Plenty of players firing away today. As we pick up with the action on the 854 Rainbow board after Rene opened the Jack 8 suited under the gun, comes in for a 600 continue here, and Matthew not going anywhere with a middle pair. Ah, he's raised it. He's made it 1.6.
Rene calls. Top pair back door.
Yeah, Matthew taking an unorthodox line here. A lot of the time you're just going to see players check call with this particular hand, but his thought process in the situation might be we're just going to fold out a lot of Rene's ace-high holdings, Broadway holdings, like the ace-king, king-queen, queen-jack, jack-king, so on, all those type of hands. That could be the thought process of Matthew. But then we've got to be thinking, what's the play when we get called? Rene smashes the turn with the jack. Wow, Matthew's still firing here, Tower. 1.6 again, especially after Rene calls here. Like, it should just be shut down central. We should be checking over to her, but looks like he wants to come in for a bet. Leaves himself 7k back. And it looks like he's got a hand here from our perspective as Rene, so I wouldn't be surprised for her to just set him in here. He's got 7k back. Looks like he can potentially have a two-pair hand, but looks like she's going to make the flat call, and it's working great in this situation because he's sitting there with just a 5, 17% equity.
And 4 pairs on the river.
24 hours on play. 3-8 hour days.
If we're not checking turn, we've got the clearest check ever here on the river as Matthew, and does check it over to Rene. Going to want to be coming in for value here. Tower with the Jack 8. Want to perhaps target some 8x, some 7-8, 6-8, 8-9, these type of holdings. I expect her to maybe go a bit smaller than what she did last hand.
It isn't going to drop. It 100% won't drop.
Wouldn't mind seeing her opt for around half pot, 3.5, 4k. Really put an 8 in a tough spot. Perhaps some 5x as well, 5.6, 5.7, those type of holdings. But the thing is, from Rene's perspective, you don't really expect Matthew to raise too much 5x unless it's 5.6 or 5.7. A little gut shot in there as well with our middle pair on the flop.
Oh, it's only a little bit. Oh.
I don't think we want to be going too big here as Rene, especially after match X this one. It really does look like he's got what he's got, either an 8 or a 5, so I'm going to choose a size that's going to try and get a call out of those holdings. 3.5, 4k. Might be the size I'm going to be opting for here.
It'll be a strange delayed check.
No, she's not checking Tower. Like if Matt was running it with like 4.6 or 4.7, he's just going to bet this river because Rene's going to check back a lot of the time. So from our perspective as Rene, just want to try and target those hands.
5.5.
Looks like 1.5. She's gone even smaller.
1.5.
Against specifically a 5. This is lovely from her. This is a really nice size that she's opted for. And Matt there,
mega small, and got paid off.
Yeah, it's all stem that Tower from the raise and the flop from Matt. I think a little misstep from him.
Up to nearly 50,000, Rene.
Maybe he just, like I said, wanted to deny equity to the ace high as the Broadway holdings, but once we get called the barrel on the turn, very intriguing.
Kate, I'm just saying to Kate, my new friend Kate.
I thought you said Steve.
I did.
That's the maths, isn't it?
I struggle at D because of the tears. Do you find it odd?
What do you mean?
Well, like here.
Yeah, Span, she's very good, very good. I've played, she plays very solid, like she thinks a lot. Takes her time with her decisions, like there specifically, just worked out the hand, worked out what she was trying to get called by. Like, she plays very well, she does play well.
I just find that really odd.
It bothers me when there's very little room to get between the tables. If
Well, you should love that.
is when you've got like the
So Din under the gun, limping the Jack 10 off, and Martin coming in with a raise of the Ace King. And Din say should be folding the Jack 10 once it comes round to him, but he's not tower up. We saw him limp call the Jack 6 earlier, so he's not folding Jack 10. And there is the call.
Makes that call. We see a flop. Well, both hit a piece of it. Ace Jack Deuce.
So Martin top pair, top kicker. Backdoor second nut flush draw. Din here with middle pair. So half pot from Martin, and Din thinks no time before flicking in his 1500. Looking for a 10 or a jack. 7 of hearts on the turn. Great turn for this as Martin with the Ace King. Shouldn't really change much on the 7 unless Din's got like an Ace 7 type hand or Jack 7 suited perhaps. But we want to continue coming in for value here. Get called by some worse Ace X. And Din after facing this second barrel with second pair. Looks like he's just going to let it go. Shows him the Jack. Martin says nice fold. We got our first max out of the day, Tower.
No.
Someone's maxed out already and we're not even at the dinner break.
Uh-oh. It can only be Albert or Jamie.
It is Albert.
Oh.
Albert Sapiano will be back tomorrow, I'm sure, but he's maxed out, all 3 bullets used.
When you walk in and you say how many re-entries can I have, it might not be the best way to approach a poker game.
And we got another player on their final bullet, Maz Bako, out the door again. He's going to be firing for a 3rd time. Wow, this is...
Yeah, I never like drive that long distance after I got just over. When we used to play was a 1 p.m. start. Yeah.
Claire under the gun with the Ace Queen. Claire making it 700, and Leon here in the calf, suited Ace 9, probably just going to pill this one under the gun open. Claire's playing 9.6k. If I'm Leon here, I'm just going to be flatting this one. Probably going to veer away from free bet. I'm just going to call, take a flop in the cutoff, and he does. And now Din with the Jack 5 off in the big blind, seeing that he's not a fan of folding. It looks like going to flick this one in, getting a nice price to be fair to the man. Makes the call for 400 more.
Flop time. King 9 Jack 2 diamonds.
So Claire going to continue this board with her Broadway draw, backdoor nut flush draw. It's going to be a board that favours us as well, opening under the gun. We're going to have plenty on this board for value. And Leon here with Ace 9 of clubs in a bit of a tricky situation. I might just fold this one, Tower. No, we can see he's got the best hand, but no, he's going to make the call. Good call from him. And that's going to bring a Din in with the best of it. Flopping middle pair with the old mode sound.
Bringing Din in. Oh, the 10 of spades.
Yeah, stone cold nutter butters for us as Claire. Gonna love that turn. And look at that snap check and look away, Tower. Look at that. Is that a snap check? Oh no, it's a bet and look away. And is that a 5k chip or a 1k chip? That is the question. I'm guessing it's a 5. It's got to be a 1k actually because of our stack size. Yeah, bet 1k. Just gets 2 quick fold. What a turn for Claire there. No action from her though. Going to fire that spot more often than not. Obviously Queen X never going to be folding. We can stack a queen or not stack a queen with our stack. We get the double up versus a queen. Nice little pick up there from Claire. Gets the gin turn. Jim Lad says, are the Nuts TV videos for Luton 2007 still available online, guys?
Wow, I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure. You'd have to do some hunting and searching. I'm not really sure, to be fair. It's a long time ago. remember interviewing Barry Neville, and somebody threw a lollipop at him and it hit him straight on top of his napper. Oh, dear, Martin Kavanagh. That's who threw the lollipop. That was one of my funniest. I just burst out laughing. It was like a lollipop just come flying across the room. Back in the day. I wish they were. Really wish they were. We did some brilliant videos. Obviously back in the day when the videos were rife and there were no live streaming. All the videos were out there, but I'm not too sure if they're still there, to be fair. Here's it says 3 entries is a limit, not a target. Like it.
So Tom, 60k at this stage of the tournament is a great stack, raises to 700.
Rennie's close to 50.
I like Claire's choice to defend this one tower. Most certainly want to defend the 6-5, getting this price. Heads up pot. Equity is going to be running fine. Heads up pre.
Ace 9-3.
What flop for Tom? Middle set, smashes it. And opts to check this one behind. Maybe trying to get.
She announced his check and a bet 700 and a snap fold. Didn't see the turn card, unfortunately.
Very good hand.
He had a very good hand.
Nines. Yeah, no.
Flop to set.
Check back. Just too strong.
Da-da-da.
I'm glad I wasn't at a king's 3. I turned it to
Damn it, Renee. Cards in it.
I wouldn't.
King
What?
3.
I wouldn't.
The day you were in the pot with King 3.
No.
Punishment.
No way. Literally, it was a snap fold. Not even close to
Not
mine.
even with one big blind.
It was all three.
Never as strong as he was.
Actually, you think on creamy chop?
Bring my own.
Have the same.
I bought one earlier.
There, look.
Forgot to bring one.
I think you and I have shared enough stuff.
Never enough.
Ten 10-5-5-4 on the turn. 30 minutes to go until the end of this sesh.
Yeah, hour
Good
dinner
session.
break after this one, guys. So we'll be off on an hour dinner break, but back at 5:45 as always.
Currently 107 in the mix. 20 re-entries. Everybody wants in.
Renee gonna call here with her gut shot. Guess she's calling here to try and bluff potential rivers as well. I don't think we can just call this hand with a gut shot without reason to bluff potential rivers. And this is one tower. This is a river we can fire once the ace rolls off. As Renee, she's been making every correct decision so far. The last hour and a half, she fires here. She's gonna win this pot. But fine to call with a gut shot in position if you are planning on bluffing certain rivers. Say if she was planning on bluffing diamonds, some aces, then it's fine to float on the turn. And like now she comes in for a 2.3k bet on the end here. And Martin with king high. Just going to get out of the way, and Renee is on form today.
She is indeed. 50,000 chips for Renee during level number 4. It's a good stack to take it through to day 2. Never mind halfway through. Level number 4 of the day. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, all social media related GUKPT Grosvenor posts are on there. Live stream available on gukpt.com as well. If you're watching on there, good afternoon. And if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube, we have the chat boxes live so we can chat to everybody for all poker related and non-poker related Grosvenor concerns.
Leon Ace Queen EP going to be opening. Renee here in the hijack. Might be thinking about potentially free betting this one tower. Go either way, flat or free bet. She's got plenty of chips and does opt for free bet like it. Got a lot of time for people that do incorporate free bets in with these suited wheel aces. They're just great hands to do it with. Just, like if we go heads up pre with this flop, like I know we can see here she's got 24% equity, but there must be some diamonds and some 4s in the muck. But a lot of the time, or all of the time in fact, you're always going to have at least 30% against any hand in the deck other than aces, which combos are halved, reduce the free combos because we got an ace in our hand. That's why these hands can be so effective to incorporate some free bet bluff win. I'm not saying free bet them every time you get them. You've got to sort out your own frequencies, how often you're going to free bet them, against what certain opponents they're going to be better to free bet. So 10-8 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, dry flop for us both.
Yeah, but Renee should be continuing here tower on this rainbow texture. 10 high.
Well, she opts to check.
Yeah.
5 of hearts turn. Brings the wheel draw.
And I'd like to see a delay continue from her now if we are checking back this flop, if Leon isn't going to fire. Leon may be thinking about a lead. Checks and action on Renee. They will not continue in flop. I'm probably going to be firing here, but Ops maybe just wants to get to showdown with the ace-4 suited.
Not as much. So you are. No, but when it was really 11 years. It was like ridiculous amount of tables.
What Leon might think here, Tara, is that Renee's got ace-king. I was just about to say he might come in for a bet here to try and fold out ace-king, specifically the way Renee's played this hand. Free bet, like free bet for value, ace-king, checks all the way down. Can potentially target that, and did come in for a bet. Did have the best hand, unaware of him.
Yep.
But picks up that one.
Afternoon, Gary McGaffney on YouTube. Afternoon, it's McGaffo. How was the Royal Albert Hall and the James Bond malarkey stuff? How was it? I've been to see it myself. I've been to the cinema.
Was it good?
It was amazing.
Really?
Right. It was amazing. They've gone slightly off the stereotypical James Bond 007 60s and 70s thing.
Yeah.
But fantastic action movie. Fantastic. It was amazing. As you can see, top of the table, 27 minutes left of this sesh. Good to see the clock. Pesky watching on Facebook. What are we doing, Sean? Sean Lewis from Stoke.
In total? Wow.
Good to have you on board, whatever you're watching, however you're watching it on.
That's the question.
Well,
18.
I didn't want to say the billion because I think that was stupid. I'm going to say more.
Keith here, going to cold call the 3-bet out the big blind after this early position action. Tom here getting 4-1 in his money now with Queen 8 suited, sandwiched in between the cold caller and the 3-better. Actually not too sure what Tom's going to do here, like either way. Obviously fold or call. He's never going to 4-bet, but there's the fold. I think if he had like Queen 9 suited, Queen 10 suited, we would have seen him pill closing action, but Queen 8 suited just into the muck and heads up to the flop between Leon and Keith. Keith, don't think there's any 8s live tower, so in fact he's got 4% pre. Gonna need to either bluff Leon off at this one to win it or find some.
We have seen a flop. It's gone check, check. Queen 5 King was the flop. 7 of clubs on the turn.
Like if you're playing online, how many hands do you think will click through in that hour?
In one table, maybe 45 to 50.
It's 20 live.
Yeah, 2.5 after 1 hour would be told. 2.5 online.
You mean
So
actually
we
not
get 20,
even
50.
playing?
I would say it's more
Just
than that.
how many?
I think it used to be, but now with time banking, people not time banking it all the time.
10s and Leon takes it.
Small pot, not the best flop.
I think 40, 45 slow.
For any action, talking of action, anybody want to go to Blackpool? Anybody? Oh, there it is. There it is. The full schedule for Blackpool. There is one slight change. The Min is having a day 3.
Yep. Oh yeah, of course.
The Mini Main, £250 Mini Main, is having a day 3. Jim has told us he's going to be stopping at the final table and he's going to be playing the day after. So if you're planning, just plan for an extra lot, but don't forget you'll be winning chunks. You can do it, you can save.
It's kind of convenient they put a day 3 in when you're playing the Mini. Kind of convenient that, isn't it? Obviously you're going to need your sleep if you bag up day 2, ain't you?
But what does bag up mean?
Well, we'll get you through that. I'll teach you. We'll go through some bag opening.
I'm going to need an earpiece. Can we get a James Bond earpiece? Well, Jay, I've got Queens. I've got Queen 70. I've got Queen. What do I do? What do I do? Get you in back then. Yes.
I'd love to get on your table as well. That would just be great, wouldn't it? That would just be.
The full schedule is there. It's an absolute cracker. It's always fun and jovial and great, and the numbers are amazing. And it's always busy at the bar, and it's always busy in town. It's fantastic. That schedule right there is as close to Luton as if you played Luton. It's more or less mirrored image that. But the Mini is a 3-day event now, and it will be advertised very shortly. But Jim has said that there will be a day 3 for the Mini, so just be aware of that. Yeah, Blackpool's looking good, Pesky. It really is. It always is a fantastic turnout. And this year we've had the festival feel around all events, and Blackpool will not disappoint. That is for sure.
Baseline 12 and then get it up to 50. When I start the session, I fire 12, and then I leave 3 to make sure I've got space for whatever's coming up.
So what size monitor is that on?
27.
Not charging. 2 of them.
I just use 1. I use 1 for
I
models.
couldn't even see that small table.
That's what everyone says to me. How do you play with the table so small? That's
Your eyes are going to be wrecked if you don't look after them.
my left eye's already starting to go, and I think it's because I'm playing with so much time in front of the screen. It's disgusting.
So clock in the background there, top left of your screen when we get this shot. You can see what's remaining on the level. 10-hour levels today.
Yes. Finish around about 12:30 in the morning. Full 12 hours of live streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then however long it takes to crown the champion is the Sunday's proceedings. We always say, no matter how many come back, it's usually a 12-hour day.
Yeah, lost some more. Nick Marchington out. Rob Garfield out. Colin Hullett out. Ishak Ilaj out. So another 4 hit the rail. We'll have option to re-enter.
Very nice indeed.
There's a cut-off open from Chris after 2 limps in front of him from Din and Claire. Going to try and get heads up in position versus one of them. I think he's going to get called in both spots. Leon here, what are we thinking about with the Jack 7? Into the muck.
Nothing anymore. Gone.
And the way Din's been playing, can't see him folding this tower. He likes to see a lot of flops. He's involved, and that's going to bring Claire along with her ace 10 of diamonds almost always.
So Claire comes in for the call of 1.2. Flop time. King 9-3.
So Din flopping the best of it here. Going to check over to the aggressor. That is Chris Cunliffe in the cut-off. Doesn't opt to continue this one. Might have seen him continue with 1 spade on board.
With 10 on the turn. 2 pair. For Din.
So Din coming straight in for a lead. And Claire here with 2nd pair, not kick up. 1.4 into 5.2. So getting a lovely price here, Claire. Going to make the call, and Chris just going to have an easy fold now with his ace-4 suited. Tower, well-timed check on the flop. Easy get away from this now.
Yep.
Claire, with the worst of it, going to need to find an ace, and only an ace, to make the best hand, but it's the 9 of spades. And
check, check.
Wow, Din didn't
Din
come in
did
for
not,
value.
no.
Didn't want value.
It's dodgy as fuck.
Because a lot of the players are still on the Euro players. They still on the natural 8. You know that?
What was that?
I don't know why they can actually go on to GG, but they are on the natural 8.
I'm on natural 8.
Yeah, you on the natural 8.
I was on UK and they banned me.
Oh, right.
I lost like, I went on like a 40K.
Just over 15 minutes to go of this session. The clock in the background, top left.
So I had to make another account.
The room getting busier.
I'm doing a lot. You have to do a lot of dodgy shit.
Get busier later with that new satellite,
Yeah,
the cash out
could be.
satellite that starts at 9.
Might have to put a table in here. Expect that to be busy. That's going to be a busy one.
Started really club. It's very hard to move money around on that side.
So Martin, lovely hand to open here in the low jack, king jack suited. And Tom here, ace king on the button. Incoming 3-bet makes it 2.5, just over 3x, like the sizing choice. And action going to be back round to Martin, who's not going to be folding this one, I don't think. Tower, king jack suited, very nice playability. Heads up pot, equities, going to be running fine. Pre-flop.
Party.
Even against Tom Hall, I'm definitely not folding this one. See a flop, 2 to 1.
5%-ish. Yeah.
He's taking his time with it. Oh, he's just going to make it. Makes a disciplined fold. Did only have 3 outs in that situation, and good lay down from Martin there. I think we'd see a lot of players put more chips in the pot in that situation, but Martin, disciplined fold, correct fold, may I add.
Shall we have a quick scan? See who's around.
There he is, the pot washer.
Chris Maguire.
Chris Maguire.
Any of your favourites? Have a quick shout out for the lads. Chris Maguire from near Radington goes into the White Lion. And
there's his assistant, Ewan McNicholas.
Who is he top of the leaderboard?
He's about a point top. I think he's just ahead of Ben. Just
Point top.
I think it's like 1.07. It's so close. Hendrik Getchie.
One of the best players in the room.
In the mix.
A lot of people don't even know who he is. Hendrik, one of the best. Tony.
Tony Ringe.
Tony. Hey up, Sin. Sin's back in.
Another bullet.
Sin's back in. Nice to see a few of the tables from around the room. Tony Ringe. I've not seen Gerald this week, this year.
Not seen him,
Not
no.
seen Gerald. Hope he's all right. Hope everything's good. The old bracelet winner. Back in the day. It was like a 5,000 PL or something.
No, I think it was Stud Hilo,
Stud.
or something like that.
The gambling game then.
Yep. I'm surprised Phil Hellmuth didn't win that tournament. He's supposed to. Have you seen it? Have you seen
Apparently
that?
had a rant, didn't he? What's he done
you've
now?
got to watch it, Charlie.
What's he done now?
It's brilliant.
I heard he should have been ejected.
He threw a lot of F-bombs in and said, if I don't win this tournament, I'm going to burn this place down or something like that. Yeah. It's great watch. It's great viewing.
We need
It's
to go
great
back and see
viewing.
the Hellmuth.
But yeah, that was in the stud.
Did he win it?
No, he didn't. But he came into the final table as chip leader.
Was
and
it?
yeah, there was just he kept getting ruined and he just weren't happy. Blow up after blow up. And it's a great watch. It's a great watch.
No, he is a pot washer at the White Lion at Wrightington. He's the bottle washer. Pot washer. Yeah.
A nice pound there. Played a bit of cash with Hendrick for
Yeah.
the first time ever on Tuesday night. Yeah. Played.
Went back to Elmouth. Where did he finish?
I think he didn't win it. I think it was like fourth, fifth,
Oh, right.
fourth or fifth maybe.
Do you think he'll get another one this year?
Well, he's
What's he on, 15?
Yeah, he's already had 3 final tables this
Has
year.
he
hasn't
really?
At the WSOP, yeah.
Wow. Wow. Still on form. Ah, mate. Phil Hellmuth.
And it's a feature final. You should stream open go. Thousands of views, whatever.
Raggy's gone again, Tower.
Uh-oh.
James Clark, he's had 2 bullets. He can fire 1 more today. And last night's Omaha Chopper, JJ Hazan, has also exited.
A C4 confirms he came 4th. Yeah, it can't be a good watch to be fair. 50-year-old man bouncing around screaming and shouting he's the best in the world and everybody else isn't. Can't be a good watch.
The thing is, someone on Twitter, I think it was originally on Twitter, literally clipped it all down to just the rants of his hands, and there's like a 3-minute video of all the rants from that final table, and that's all I saw, to be fair. And
Queen Jack flop checked. 80 down on the turn. Martin Frey comes out for a bet. Then it should be calling. He does make the call. In fact, is that a race? Nope, just a call. Down to Leon Campbell, seat number 9.
bottom pair, gut shot here, Tower. Unfortunately, I don't actually have the graphic of what happened pre, but I'm guessing it just went open, call, flop check through. So Leon just going to get out of the way here with his 10-8. Good decision, that from him. Martin looking for ace, king of 10 to get the check mark on the river.
One of them.
That is exactly it, Tower.
Raining.
Smashes it. So Martin river in Broadway here. Din checks and Martin's got a pretty easy bet here, Tower. He's not checked behind, has he? Oh, he's scared of the flush.
Whoa.
He's scared of the old flush. Surprised he didn't come in for a value bet, but maybe just didn't think he was getting called by much, but almost a spot that you want to be value betting almost always, especially once the turn better checks it over to us. Just more often than not, we're going to have the best hand there. I want to try and get paid by some potential 9x that are out there, some Jack X which are trips, but Martin thought better of it.
Okay, Higgins is back again. Any big names playing? On the circuit, yeah, there's quite a lot of these well-known circuit player names. No celebs, as you classed as celebs anymore playing today.
And I had to stay.
But a lot of the regulars turn up. More will play tomorrow, that is for sure.
Yeah, tomorrow's always the bigger day,
Yeah.
the Friday, and we have the Turbo Flight as well, which is a new fixture on the tour this year. That always gets a few as well. Leon opening Queen Jack. Just over 10 minutes before we head out on an hour dinner break. When we do return at 5:45, will be a new featured table.
We'll need a refresh as well on YouTube.
Yeah, that is
As we'll
right.
be stopping and starting the stream for recording purposes.
Yeah, so if you are watching on YouTube, as Tao just mentioned, just hit the refresh button when we go on that break.
And we'll start again at 5:45.
So Matthew shoving here for just sub 16 bigs over Leon's hijack open. Like it with the ace-8. Nice from him. Good shove spot. Takes it.
In them days, they invited people like, there was a lot of dart players on there. Like Ladbrokes invited, you know, to the and he was the only person who was talking, he went up to David and said, can I do a draft or something like that. Phil Taylor was on there.
See what it is, see if it's edible. You have some, send us a message. I don't even know what it is. It's got to be. So 107 have played so far today. There will be players buying in all day long. The late reg is all day, and day 1B tomorrow, day 1C at 9 o'clock. It's a turbo, and you can buy into day 2 direct for about 17 big blinds if you fancy. JJ has had the last man out. We've had 21 re-entries out of the players eliminated.
How old was he when he went? 60. For someone who drinks, smokes, lives a gambling lifestyle, he didn't look like shit either. Look, so like you said about Raskin looked good for his age. I think Devilfish did.
Devilfish.
Yeah, Devilfish.
What character? Huh? He was probably about 60s, I think.
I think he was in his 60s.
He was
but I
in
don't
60s,
know.
yeah. 60.
He could have been, the lifestyle he lived, he could have been 55 easily.
Yeah. Oh, he was.
Or even younger.
Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's just.
Jack, deuce, 10. Top pair for Martin. But decides to check it. The queen gets a bit scarier on the turn. And then the king gives the check mark to Martin, but he'll be scared of any ace. Chris is going to bet it, and he might just get Martin off the hand. Din will fold. Martin might just call for the 500. Oh, Din's called for the 500. Which Martin has just been backed off it, and he folds 2 pair. Oh, he folded. And just shows 1 pair. Oh, Martin Frey. Where was the betting? He looks distraught.
I guess because he called for it.
Somebody's got to have
Someone.
Yes.
I know what you mean, but if pot wasn't big enough to
think about.
I just got.
The thing is, I don't get him on an ace.
Got me.
I've always got an ace there. When I don't.
Not this time.
You've got ace, and he's probably just going with the 9. I'm sitting in the middle with the winning hand.
Even I thought I had an ace.
So 7 minutes ago in the top right hand corner, as you can see, the big clock on the wall. Heading towards the 60-minute dinner break. Online over the weekend. The Haymaker promotion is still on. The live stream free roll on Sunday. On the sports book on Sunday as well. There'll be a book for the day 3 players. There's daily free to play free rolls. And the £25,000 closer on the Monday. £110 in. GUKPT closer. Keith raising pre. Martin Check calls the flop with the best of it. Goes check, check. Another straightening board. So this could easily go check, check again. Which it does. The Queen will play. Martin wins another. I'm not too sure whether Martin's left a few chips on the table in the last couple of hands.
That's pretty insane.
But didn't really mind the fold. There, the check there on turn. And the river. New table will be with us when we come back for level number 5 of the day, which will be at 5:45 PM. Set your watches for 60 minutes time. We will be heading to a break in around about 5 minutes time.
Living out of a suitcase. He's great. He was like a superstar for a while. Because he was doing the most ridiculous shit.
Yeah.
He was going bonkers all the time. Zero. Because he always makes flushes. He was a superstar for a while.
Uh-oh. National Poker League leader, Ewan McNicholas, is out the door. Out the door. Re-entry needed. So have a day off. Pretty apt.
Oh yeah, you eat what? Terry? All those. Oh yeah. That's why
Gives you earlier when it's living with him.
No.
Oh, it's in the 400s, wasn't it? In the 400s.
What an absolute legend of the game.
20. A1A.
Queen eye flop. Queen 6-4. Hits nobody. It's checked all the way down. 6 of clubs on the turn. First bet's going to win. Who's going to fire it?
I didn't know.
He did 8 grand.
Leon in C9. Bets 800.
Legend of the game.
Day 1A, 16, day 1B.
And that will do.
But day 1B, he actually got cheap.
Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. You can watch it on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. Also the GUKPT website as well. GUKPT.com.
Someone messaged me the other day and was saying you heard about this cash game. Did you? I was like, no, I haven't heard.
Devil's Stare said he came 13th in the Haymaker free roll yesterday. PK, our social media active doer fixer Malarkey, finished second. He came second. He was chip leader, 100 left, 50 left, 40 left, 20 left. Went to the final table as chip leader and came second. Which would have been amazing if it had gone down to win it, because we're live streaming the Haymaker free roll. And there it is, the knockout series, free to play, over 40,000 to be won. Next one is next Wednesday, and they'll be down there in London streaming the 8-handed table with David Haymaker, the seven winners of the free rolls, and David Hay himself. It's going to be a great event. We'll be down there streaming the event, so you can watch it live as it happens. And it is fantastic, fantastic value. It really is. Are there any tournaments in Goliath Casino in Salford? Well, if you've got the Poker Live app, you can check. Because the Poker Live app tells you every event, cash tables regarding any poker related event in a Goliath Casino. But if we have a quick check, you go to Salford. Ah, interestingly enough, Goliath Casino in Salford is not on the app. Ah, well, that's a weird one. I would like to say yes, I would like to say no, but unfortunately I can't.
And he had like a record-breaking start, and then did not make it.
So I don't know if anybody lives around the Salford area can confirm there's any tournaments. Let us know, please, because for some reason Salford is not on the app, and I didn't know that. I would say no, but you never know. Ace 10-4, top 2 for Martin Frey. Connected with a few flops as Martin. This time he bets out, and unfortunately won't get any action as he flops top 2. So we'll have one more hand. One more hand and then a 60-minute break. Kays says, are we going to do that again? Or is it just a one-time thing? I don't actually know. It was put on late in the day anyway, but so anything can happen. But I'm guessing they'll do something. He will be at Goliath next year. David Hay. There you go. Jim Marlowe said if it's not on the app, it's likely because it doesn't have any active poker events. So there we go. So this is the final hand of the session. We will be back with more of the same as we come back. Runner's way. He's gone for his sausage and mash. He's already heading out for 5 minutes, but this is the final hand of the session. So if there is no active poker events in Salford, that's why it's not on the app. But that's why it's not on the app. That'd be great. As everybody stands up to leave the area, we'll get a new table. Don't forget on YouTube, you'll need to refresh because we will have to stop and start the live stream because it's for recording purposes. You don't lose any pictures or anything like that. You literally just have to refresh before we get back for level number 5 of the day. So there's going to be a hand, the last hand of the session. Everybody else was knowing the hand wants their dinner and they're off. So Matthew is all in with his final 6,000. Din is squeezed for the ISO. Keith's not calling. Keith's asked for a count, but he is not calling with pocket 2s. He'll be finding better spots after the dinner break. But our short stack is all in. So the 2s get out of the way. Ace Queen against Ace 8. Do we get any action? Here we go. Does Matthew survive on the final hand of the session? Does he survive? Matt Palmer needing to hit an 8. Running cards for flushes and straights available. Here we go. Chopportunities. We've got back doors as well. Not bad, not bad. 5 of clubs on the turn. He's got outs. He's got outs. He's got out. Oh, it's a strike. It's a wrong one. Matty Palmer out the door. We will see you back in 60 minutes. Don't forget refresh on YouTube. Catch you then.
And play some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Mm. Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've they've took you to their hearts because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
It's the you had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So, yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And, yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the super high roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket threes. He ended up having pocket eights, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the super high roller had started. So there was one level left of the day though, so I jumped in the super high roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the super high roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They're like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heat. It was a good few days over there, and I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon. Was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester, and finishing 2nd to Ben Marageds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy. And so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And I think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game, and like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And I had Conor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. I ended up making this fold. with Ace King King Jack in a hand in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, "Wow!" And he had his vlog out and everything. And yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands. And I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away. That is for sure. NPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The NPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting. He's a really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got.
Or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be
honest. Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
You finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations, but just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something. I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and he would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10, and he re-raised, and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play